Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old union has come in here to dwell.
A battle in the heart of Alabama caught our attention. Coal miners in one community, they've been on strike now for months.
Working as long as 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, in some of the most dangerous conditions.
I really think that the labor movement is the single greatest force for democracy in the history of the United States.
The story of Alabama is a story of not just resilience, but of militancy.
I say no contract, you say no coal. No contract, no contract.
If we ain't all free, ain't none of us free.
You're listening to Alabama's only union talk radio show, The Valley Labor Report, with Adam Keller and Jacob Morrison.
That's right, folks. From the mountains of Kentucky to the bayous of Louisiana, broadcasting online and on the radio from the heart of the Tennessee Valley, the Spice Radio Studios in Huntsville, Alabama, this is the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison, here with my co-host and fellow agitator Adam Keller. Today, Starbucks workers talk to us about their campaign to organize the company. We break down Alabama's sample ballot. The Ironworkers International Union makes the case to vote for Kamala Harris. All that and more on today's program. If you want to be part of the show today, we've got a phone number and the line is going to be open at about 11 a.m. Central Time. 11 a.m. Central Time is when we're going to open the lines. You can call 844-899-TVLR at that time, or you can leave us a voicemail. We got several voicemails last week. We will be responding to a few of them, and you can leave a voicemail anytime throughout the week. If you haven't gotten enough of us by the time that we wrap up here, or if you just want to see what we're up to throughout the week, you can find us anywhere you find anything online, in particular at our website, TVLR.fm, but we are also on YouTube, Facebook, and wherever you get your podcasts, all at The Valley Labor Report. Just a reminder, your support helps us stay on the air. Our largest single source of funding comes directly from our listeners, so if you want to make a one-time or recurring contribution, you can go to tvlr.fm/donate or patreon.com/The Valley Labor Report. We got a bunch of cool merch for sale at tvlr.fm/store. We have our logo dad cap. No more Join a Union tees left, but we do have pre-orders open for union-made matchbooks and a new t-shirt that says unionized, but it looks like the Supreme logo. And finally, if you're a member of a union, then please do think about getting your local to sponsor the show. We could not do this without the support of organized labor, so you can reach out to us for more details on that.
And let me add a disclaimer that any viewpoints or opinions expressed in this program belong solely to their author and do not necessarily represent any organization or sponsor. Jacob, can they hear me?
I can't hear you in my headphones. Now try. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry about that, y'all. We are just working out some kinks. Just want to add our usual disclaimer that any viewpoints or opinions expressed in this program belong solely to their author and do not necessarily represent any organization or sponsor. We welcome all of our listeners, whether you're on YouTube, Facebook, Unclaimed Mysteries Internet Radio, WVNN, WZZA, WHIV, WMMT, or through your favorite podcast app. We are proud to be part of the Labor Radio Podcast Network and encourage our listeners to check that out. As most of you know, we are not media professionals, just a few diehard unionists who want to amplify the voices of the working class in the American South. We're hoping this project can make a difference on that front, and we can't do it without you. We want to thank everyone for tuning in. Whether you're a loyal fan or first-time listener, we appreciate you spending some time with us.
Absolutely. And with that, let's go right into last week in Southern labor. Here's what workers in the U.S. South were up to from October 25th to November the 1st in new union campaigns. Workers likely pushed by their employer filed a petition to decertify the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 584, as the union representing 14 workers at Brent Electric Company in Pryor, Oklahoma. 24 workers at Starbucks in Dunwoody, Georgia, filed a petition to hold a union election with Starbucks Workers United. 2 workers at MCOR Government Services in Washington, D.C., filed a petition to hold a union election with the International Union of Operating Engineers, IUOE Local 99. 380 workers at Logan Regional Medical Center in Logan, West Virginia, filed a petition to hold a union election with the United Steelworkers, USW. 37 workers at Compass Connections in Harlingen, Texas, filed a petition to hold a union election with the Teamsters, Local 657. Workers likely pushed by their employer with help from the National Right to Work Foundation filed a petition to decertify the warehouse employees, Local Union 322, a Teamsters affiliate, as the union representing 17 workers at Napa Transportation in Richmond, Virginia. 16 workers at Como Rocks in Columbia, Missouri, filed a petition to hold a union election with the Laborers International Union of North America, LIUNA 955. The Security, Police, and Fire Professionals of America, SPFPA, filed a petition to raid a unit of 20 security guards at Intercon Security Systems in Washington, D.C. The employer filed a petition to hold a union election after a majority of the 42 workers at New Virginia Majority in Alexandria, Virginia, demonstrated support for unionization with the NVM Nova Canvassers Union, an Industrial Workers of the World, IWW, affiliate. The employer filed a petition to hold a union election after a majority of the 16 workers at Olson Brothers Provac in Manassas, Virginia, demonstrated support for unionization with IUOE Local 77. 3 fire captains for the Apopka Fire Department in Apopka, Florida, filed a petition to hold a union election with the Apopka Professional Firefighters Association, Local 5293, an IAFF affiliate. 6 assistant fire chiefs for the Orange County Fire Department in Orlando, Florida, filed a petition to hold a union election with the Orange County Firefighters Association, Local 2057, another IAFF affiliate. In campaign updates, the United Mine Workers of America, UMWA, released a resolution yesterday condemning the Logan County Commission in West Virginia for abruptly deciding it would not bargain with the UMWA after the UMWA won a free and fair election among the employees of the county commission, and with the UMWA committing to continuing support for those workers as they fight to pressure their employer to bargain in good faith. The city of Dallas, Texas, has paused a $250,000 grant to a dance studio that workers argue illegally fired their dancers in retaliation for organizing. In election results, 22 workers at CBG Express in Fort Myers, Florida, withdrew their petition for a union election with the Teamsters, Local 79. 13 workers at Starbucks in Norman, Oklahoma, voted 12-1 in favor of unionization with the Starbucks Workers United. 27 workers at SD&B FW in Fort Worth, Texas, voted 8-5 in favor of unionization with Spiral Workers United. But there were 12 challenged ballots, which is determinative, and the union must have felt like those would swing against the union because they withdrew their petition following the vote tally. So those workers will not be unionized. 8 workers at Ferguson Enterprises in Riviera Beach, Florida, voted 5-3 in favor of unionization with the United Association of Plumbers and Pipe Fitters, UA Local 630. 24 workers at Tex Air Company in McAllen, Texas, voted 8-16 against unionization with UA Local 211. 121 workers at International Rescue Committee in Atlanta, Georgia, voted 71-4 in favor of unionization with the Office and Professional Employees International Union, OPEIU Local 179. 22 security guards at Allied Universal Security Services in Washington, D.C. voted 10-3 in favor of unionization with the Union Rights for Security Officers, URSO, over United Government Security Officers of America, UGSOA, Local 387. 149 security guards at Centera Group in McAllen, Texas, voted 39-0 in favor of unionization with SPFPA. 24,000 school workers at Miami-Dade County Public Schools voted 83% in favor of maintaining their union, the United Teachers of Dade. McKenna Schuler has the details on the significance of that election. 185 graduate students at Florida A&M University in Tallahassee, Florida, voted 5-0 in favor of recertifying the Florida Agricultural and Mechanical University chapter of the Graduate Assistants United, FAMUGAU. 2 battalion chiefs for the city of Maitland Fire Department in Maitland, Florida, unanimously voted 2-0 in favor of unionization with the Maitland Professional Firefighters, Local 3590, an IAFF affiliate. 675 non-instructional staff for the Seminole County Public Schools in Sanford, Florida, voted 46-1 in favor of recertifying the Association of Non-Instructional Personnel of Seminole County County Board of Public Instruction. 608 non-instructional staff for Highlands County Public Schools in Sebring, Florida, voted 279-9 in favor of recertifying the Highlands County Educational Support Professionals Association. 1,313 paraprofessionals, office specialists, and other clerical staff for Volusia County Public Schools in Daytona Beach, Florida, voted 435-17 in favor of recertifying Volusia United Educators. 215 non-instructional staff for Hardy County Public Schools in Wauchula, Florida voted 64-4 in favor of recertifying the Hardy Education Association as their union. 543 non-instructional blue-collar staff for Hernando County Public Schools in Brooksville, Florida voted 130-10 in favor of recertifying Hernando United School Workers Local 4730. 29 school psychologists employed by Brevard County Public Schools voted 25-0 in favor of recertifying the Brevard Federation of Teachers, and 487 blue-collar wastewater, utilities, and maintenance workers employed by the city of Orlando, Florida voted 103-3 in favor of recertifying LIUNA Local 630. 125 accountants, tech workers, and other non-instructional white-collar employees for Duval County Public Schools in Jacksonville, Florida voted 27-4 in favor of recertifying LIUNA Local 630, and 65 workers at the Jacksonville Port Authority in Jacksonville, Florida voted 17-8 in favor of recertifying the Federation of Public Employees. The Florida Public Sector Union information comes from McKenna Schuler's Substack, which you can read at caringclassrevolt.substack.com. In strikes and bargaining updates, another international paper mill closure was announced last week, this one in Georgetown, South Carolina. The Post and Courier reports that IP says this is a part of an effort to, quote, right the company, and also the local union president was shocked to hear the news. This mill has been around for almost 90 years, and the closure will eliminate some 700 jobs. The various rail unions continue to bargain agreements one by one with each rail carrier. Railroad Workers United, a cross-craft caucus of rail workers, oppose this in favor of united and coordinated national rail labor bargaining. But they have created a tool for people to use to help them see the status of bargaining with the various unions and companies. 1,300 pilots at Allegiant Air nationwide, represented by the Teamsters, are voting to authorize a strike in response to management's stalling on real movement towards a fair contract. Management is trying to get scheduling concessions in exchange for wage increases, despite publicly boasting about their, quote, wildly successful business. In a press release sent to the Valley Labor Report, ATU Local 689 announced a coalition with the DMV Drivers Alliance and the Asian American Pacific Islanders Civic Engagement Collaborative to raise pay standards, benefits, and working conditions for rideshare workers in Maryland and D.C., with a goal particularly towards building a legal framework in the area to raise standards for rideshare drivers. The Laborers International Union of North America, LIUNA Local 517, which represented hundreds of blue-collar workers for the Orange County municipal government, was decertified by the state of Florida without an election as a result of SB 256. And when a union is decertified, the contracts they negotiated with the employers are null and void. However, the Orange County government, unlike some Florida employers, have agreed to honor at least parts of the contract through its negotiated expiration, specifically the portions of the contract relating to wages and rules around work performed outside of a job description. Warehouse workers at Cisco Sigma in Kansas City, Missouri, unionized with the Teamsters, went on strike that ended after one day when they were able to reach a tentative agreement with the company. The agreement that was unanimously ratified by the workers contains a 22% general wage increase over 4 years with an immediate 13% raise, doubling the night premium and more. In a press release sent to the Valley Labor Report, the Teamsters announced that they are preparing to call for a nationwide boycott of Chipotle if the company does not agree to a fair contract at the only unionized store in the country in Michigan. 400 maintenance workers at the University of South Florida had their union decertified without an election as a result of the new anti-union law SB 256, and now, without bargaining, USF has announced they are privatizing the entire unit. Reportedly, workers' wages will remain the same, with the primary difference being that they are no longer paying into their pension funds, and any employee not already vested in the pension loses it altogether. In political and legislative updates, 133 members of the U.S. House of Representatives signed on to a letter supporting Amazon Teamsters by demanding information from Amazon CEO Andy Jassy regarding the retail behemoth's unlawful violations of the National Labor Relations Act. The Georgia State AFL-CIO, the Theatrical Stage Employees, IATSE International President Matthew Loeb, the International Federation of Professional and Technical Engineers, IFPTE Secretary-Treasurer Gay Henson, and Dan Duncan, who recently retired as the Executive Secretary-Treasurer of the AFL-CIO Maritime Trades Department, rallied with union members on Saturday in Atlanta, getting out the vote for Kamala Harris. Union members have knocked on millions of doors in support of Kamala Harris's presidential campaign, and the AFL-CIO has put together a website detailing what a second Trump administration would mean for workers. The United Auto Workers report that they have made an attempt to contact every member in their union during this election for the first time ever. If Harris wins, she has the union's get out the vote operation to thank for that, and she needs to remember it. That wraps up our roundup. We're going to take a break really quick, and we will be right back talking to workers at Starbucks about their campaign to organize the company. Stay tuned.
Benefit Architects has proudly supported union members and union-made products for over 35 years. If you are a federal employee and an AFGE member, you're eligible for hundreds of dollars in money-saving benefits, including group life insurance, dental insurance, and AFLAC insurance. Additionally, if you're a union member but don't work for the federal government, you can still qualify for several of these money-saving policies. So give Tate Hure a call at 256-215-6769 for details and to enroll. Again, that is Tate Hure at 256-215-6769.
In Alabama, more than 200,000 of our friends and family members are living without health care coverage. Often folks can't stay healthy enough even to keep their jobs. We can fix this. It's time for us to find a way to close the health care coverage gap so that people can remain at work. Let's make this a priority. Let's close this gap and cover Alabama. To learn more and how you can help, visit coveralabama.org.
The attorneys at Maples, Tucker & Jacobs have stood with the working people of Alabama for over 40 years, providing skilled legal representation for your workplace injury claims. When you are injured on the job, it can be a scary time. The attorneys at Maples, Tucker & Jacobs have the experience to guide you through the process to make sure that you and your family are properly taken care of and your rights are protected. If you need help, call the attorneys at Maples, Tucker & Jacobs at 855-617-9333 or visit online at www.mtnj.com. No representation is made that the quality of legal services provided is greater than the quality of legal services provided by other law firms.
Support for the Valley Labor Report comes from the International Federation of Professional and Technical Engineers Union. Learn more by visiting www.ifpte.org.
Are you looking for a better future, a career that can have you set for life, and to be a part of something that's bigger than yourself? If you are, then consider a skilled trades apprenticeship with the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades. The work of IUPAT is all around us, from the industrial painters who work on the bridges to drywall finishers, floor coverers, the glazers who install the glass in our skylines, and so much more. With an IUPAT apprenticeship, you earn while you learn and receive benefits while learning the trade, including a pension. We provide world-class education free of charge. That's right, no student debt. Our starting salaries for apprentices that graduate is above the national median salary with benefits for entire families. And you have the flexibility to take your trade wherever you'd like in the country to work. IUPAT District Council 77 covers our entire region, so give Adam Booth a call at 205-603-3142 for more information. Again, that phone number is 205-603-3142. Come build a better future with us today and join IUPAT.
I'm attorney Tommy Sinyard. When you've been injured and need help, you need a lawyer who's with you.
Sinyard Law. You need attorneys always available to take care of you. Sinyard Law.
And keep you in the loop. It's your case. You need to know what's happening.
Sinyard Law. And never a charge to meet with us to evaluate your case. Sinyard Law.
A new firm, but an old name. One that will stay with you every step of the way.
Sinyard Law. The name with proven results.
Support for this program is provided by the International Association for Machinists and Aerospace Workers, Local Lodge 44 in Decatur, Alabama. Learn more at iamaw44.org.
Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old union has come in here to dwell.
Labor creates all wealth should go to labor, and you are listening to the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison. My co-host is Adam Keller. If you got anything to add, you can leave us a voicemail at 844-899-TVLR. We'll be taking calls later in the program. Really excited for this conversation. We are joined by Naomi, a Starbucks worker in Birmingham, Alabama, at the state's first store to unionize and join Starbucks Workers United. She has worked at Starbucks for 3 years following the store's near unanimous win in 2022 when she joined her coworkers. She joined her coworkers organizing because of unfair scheduling and low wages and changes to transgender health care. Tamara Bell is a Starbucks worker of 4 years in Louisville, Kentucky. Because of staffing issues and being at an at-risk store, Tamara organized other workers at their store, leading them to winning their union election on November 9th, 2022. A former Teamster, Tamara joined Starbucks Workers United to give their store a voice and the power to fight for what's right. Naomi, Tamara, welcome to the program. Thank you so much for taking the time. Okay, we're still waiting on Tamara, but we have Naomi, right? Oh, we don't have either Naomi or Tamara.
Okay. Well, just let us know when they pop in, and we'll move on to our next segment in the meantime, because...
Yeah, Adam, the election is coming up on Tuesday. We're going to be talking to the Ironworkers General Secretary about the presidential election momentarily, so we won't spend any time on that. But there's lots of other elections going on across the country and here in Alabama. You took a look at the sample ballot, so tell us what you saw in Alabama.
Sure, yeah. So if you're like me, you're ready for this election to be over with. I know I personally am tired of all the text and the ads and the posts, and yeah, I'm just ready to know what we're dealing with. I do encourage everyone to exercise your right to vote. I try not to ever miss an election, even if I'm writing my own name in the ballot for some of these offices. I think it is important that you exercise your right to vote. Folks did fight and die for this right, and there are real limitations to what we can achieve through voting alone, but I encourage people to go to the ballot box and cast your opinion, because as long as they let us do that, we should do it, right? That's my philosophy. Understand some people feel differently, and that's okay. I'm not big into vote shaming or going after people for what they do or don't do at the ballot box. But we wanted to just help educate folks on what we're dealing with in terms of the sample ballot here locally in North Alabama. And I also think looking at this sample ballot tells us some things about Alabama's political environment as well. So I'm going to start with Limestone County because that's where I'm at. And a few things stood out. Looking at the sample ballot for Limestone County, if you include the presidential vote, there were 21 total offices with candidates. Now, some of those vary by district, right? You're not voting for both districts of the county commission or school board, for example. So your actual, number of offices you'll vote for will be slightly lower, but there are 21 ballots or 21 races on this ballot, and 17 of those feature unopposed Republican candidates. 17 unopposed GOP candidates out of 21 offices in Limestone County. So that includes various judges. That includes our congressman for the 5th Congressional District, Dale Strong, is not facing any opposition on the ballot this time around. Also notice circuit clerk, probate judge, county license commissioner, as I mentioned, school board, And so that stands out, certainly. If you include the president, the Democrats are challenging 3 of these 21 races. Of course, we know they're running for president, but they do have a candidate for Chief Justice of the Supreme Court here in Alabama. That's Greg Griffin, who is running against the Republican Sarah Stewart. And they also did challenge Limestone County Commission District Number 2. Roger Williams is a Democrat running against Republican Johnny Turner. So, that's interesting. I also want to point out that the incumbent for County Commission District 4 in Limestone County is an independent. All right, so LaDawn Townsend is an independent running against Republican Dawn Craig. So that stood out to me, the lack of candidates. Many folks know that Alabama ranks pretty low when it comes to voter engagement, voter turnout. For example, in 2022, our last statewide election, less than 40% of voters actually turned out for that. Of course, it'll be a higher turnout this time around with the presidential campaign, but there's a lot of reasons why there's low turnout, low participation, low engagement from voters. It's complex, and I think there's a lot of factors, including factors that go back, 205 years that we've been a state. But I'm going to go out on a limb and suggest that when you show up to the ballot box and you don't have candidates to vote for in, 17 out of 21 offices, that's not going to excite a lot of people. That is not helping voter turnout, right? Because each one of these offices, if you're challenging them, each one of those campaigns brings new people into the fold, contacts new people, there's new networks of folks. So, this will get Madison County, home of Huntsville, the biggest city in the state now. Maybe it's better in Madison County. So I looked, and there are actually 32 offices listed in the Madison County sample ballot. 23 of those feature unopposed Republicans. So Republicans are going to do pretty well locally and statewide in November by default. There are 4 Democrats out of these 32 offices. Of course, for president, I already mentioned the state Supreme Court. There is a Democrat running for Madison County chairman, and the incumbent for Madison County Commission District Number 6 is Violet Edwards, who is a Democrat, and she is facing a Libertarian challenger. In fact, the Libertarians have 8 candidates, including, if you look at the presidential ballot, including that. But the Libertarians are challenging Madison County chairman, probate judge, and 5 of the Madison County District Commissions. So there are 8 Libertarians to 4 Democrats running in Madison County. One of the fastest growing, both Limestone and Madison are 2 of the fastest growing counties in the state. Madison County, of course, very populous, considered to be, a more competitive area politically. Some people consider Madison County to be more of a purple county, so to speak. But there again, I'm not seeing a lot of candidates on the ballot. And I do think that tells us something about the state of politics in Alabama when Republicans are winning 23 out of 32 by default, or 17 out of 21 by default. That's concerning, I think, to people who value competition. So I do think that's harming voter turnout, the lack of candidates on the ballot. And that's to say nothing about the quality of the candidates that we do have, right? I'm not making a value judgment there. I'm just saying you can't vote for people that aren't running. Well, I guess you can. You can write in. And, me personally, I do plan to do some write-in votes because, again, this is my opportunity to officially voice my opinion, so to speak. But I did want to review that with the sample ballot because, there's going to be a lot of discussion after the election blaming people casting blame, whichever side wins, whichever side loses, there will be a lot of folks casting blame on the other side or casting blame on people who didn't go vote. And I would just encourage people to think about how helpful that really is. In Alabama, Trump is poised to win the state by 20 plus points. I do understand the Electoral College, unlike some fellow Americans, I have to say. And because I understand the Electoral College, if Trump does in fact win this state by 20 plus points, there's no utility in being mad at like the 1,000 or so people who vote for the Green Party in Alabama, right? But inevitably you will see that kind of stuff happen, and it's, not productive. So I'm ready for 2024 to be over. I personally am much more interested in 2026. Now I'm ready just to know what we're dealing with at the presidential and national level, so we can move on and just deal with it and prepare accordingly. But as an Alabamian, I'm interested in 2026 because that's when the entire state legislature, basically the entire state government will be up for election. And I'm just curious if these trends will continue. Will we see another cycle where folks don't have much to vote for on the ballot? I think we've got a real problem in this state. We've got a real problem in this state when it comes to lack of candidates running for office. And even more, when you dig deeper, candidates that are actually representing working class people, right? Ultimately, it's not enough just to find names on the ballot, though that would be a step of progress in Alabama. But it would be much better if we had regular working class people who represent working class communities, who are going to advocate for working class people, running on platforms that are explicitly for and by the working class. That is what we need to see in Alabama. And I know that many other southern states are in a similar situation. State Democratic parties are not in a very good shape in many places. Local county parties also, often atrophied, not very effective. In the South, we don't have a lot of third parties and independent type organizations that can do other political work. So we're just facing a real deficit there. And to me, it's a reminder of how much work is left to be done in this state. So yeah, I wanted to point that out, wanted to go over that sample ballot. There is more on the ballot than just the president, just Kamala versus Trump. But you may be disappointed at some of the lack of competition you'll see when you show up. But regardless, I do encourage you to vote, encourage you to talk to your friends and your neighbors and your coworkers, your fellow union siblings, get them to exercise their right to vote, because policies do matter and budgets matter, and those politicians will affect us one way or the other. There are, real differences. Without getting into that, I'm sure there's going to be conversations later in the show, but there are differences between different politicians and the policies and budgets that they support and how that impacts everyday people. There's also a lot of commonalities, unfortunately, in my view, areas where some of the politicians align, and it's not often in our interest. But that's what I have to say about the election and the sample ballot. If you have a more competitive race locally, whether it's in Alabama or just in the South, if you're in an area where things are a little more competitive, let us know. That'd be interesting to hear about. It's often disappointing here in our state.
With that, we have our Starbucks workers in the Zoom. Naomi is a Starbucks worker in Birmingham, Alabama, at the state's first store to unionize and join Starbucks Workers United. She's worked at Starbucks for 3 years, and following the store's near unanimous win in 2022, she joined with her coworkers organizing because of unfair scheduling and low wages and changes to the transgender healthcare policy. Tamara Bell is a Starbucks worker of 4 years in Louisville, Kentucky. Because of staffing issues and being at an at-risk store. Tamara organized with other workers there, leading them to winning their union election on November 9th, 2022. A former Teamster, Tamara joined Starbucks Workers United to give their store a voice and the power to fight for what's right. Tamara, Naomi, welcome to the Valley Labor Report. Thank you for your time.
All right, so I'll kick it off.
Hi, it's nice to be here.
Hey, thank you so much.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll kick it off with, and I guess, Tamara, you can take this question first. What got you interested in and involved with the union? You know, was it something going on personally? I noticed you're a former Teamster. Talk to us about what really got you motivated to get involved.
So I did used to work for Teamsters, and being excited like with the union, like bringing it to Starbucks, because it's literally unheard for there to be like a union within coffee shops or just in general. So I was excited to bring in the first.
That's awesome. And Naomi, what about you? Did you have a union background, or was it other things that got you motivated to get involved?
Not really. As a trans person, obviously trans activism has been something that I care a lot about. And I actually started working at Starbucks because they had like really, really like revolutionary trans healthcare benefits. And then they changed them. And the change actually made transitioning close to impossible for a majority of the partners. And at the time, I was just kind of devastated at, those changes. And then our campaign just like was so vibrantly queer and so vibrantly like just like trans supportive. Whenever I reached out to the campaign, and I found out that, bringing back comprehensive trans healthcare to Starbucks was a big priority, I was like, sign me up.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And that's interesting that there's two different situations, right? There's like coming to this with a background of unions and appreciating the value they offer in other industries, right? But also these direct material issues that are affecting you. And Naomi, you mentioned this already a little bit, but talk to us a little bit about the campaign itself. When y'all were organizing down in Birmingham, how did your coworkers respond? How did the community respond? What was it like to go through that campaign?
Yeah, I think like I actually wasn't around when my store first originally organized. But I talk to them on a regular basis now, and a lot of it was related to just unfair staffing, low wages, the workload being unreal and the expectations being too high. And then there's a period of time when you couldn't really complain about it without being put on like a watch list. And so, yeah, that pressure with like all of that pressure with the bad manager, really, really solidified our store in the fight. And yeah, I think only like one or two partners voted against it, but that's like 2 out of 27. I think everybody was really feeling the heat, and it was an iconic win for Alabama to have a Starbucks labor union that's so queer in the center of Birmingham. Like, I love my store.
That's really exciting. And Tamara, what about you? How did folks respond in the organizing at your store? And I'm really curious, how did it bring your coworkers closer together?
I think for us, it was more of we had a lot of struggles with our manager, and it was like, okay, we're tired of this. Let's get together. Let's sit down and have like a heart-to-heart conversation, and let's see what this can do for us. And thus far,
Uh-oh.
I think we lost you,
We lost you
Tamara.
there, right there at the end. Okay, all right. So one thing I wanted to bring up, and listeners of this show are going to be well aware of some of the negativity that's happened, some of the allegations against Starbucks, but excited that more recently there's been progress, and the union is, of course, seeking a fair contract. And I'm curious, let's go, Naomi, I guess, talk to us about where things are at right now and kind of where things are heading with the Starbucks union.
Yeah, I'll tell you, like maybe a couple months ago, I don't know exactly, but we got a letter in our store from like someone, like it was like a labor person in Starbucks, and it was like a new path forward. It was just, to me, it was very comedic, because like they kind of admitted that they haven't been treating union stores with the most amount of respect. But with that, they actually kind of backed up their apology by giving us some of the things that they withheld from us for several years. And so not only that, they also started officially bargaining with us. They're showing up to the table, and really, 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 really like working with us to create this contract that really, really keeps workers concerns in mind.
Right.
And that has been really, really cool. Like I think that there's not many opportunities like this in everyday life, and I'm really happy that I'm getting to be a part of it. And it's cool that we're bringing one of the biggest fast food, if you would call it that, fast food companies to talk to us about workers. And it's, I don't know, I don't really have, it's just been really eye-opening knowing the power that people have when they stand together. Like, I think that people really get caught up in their everyday, day-to-day lives, and, they don't understand that we all are facing the same things, like increased cost of living, gentrification, healthcare being unaffordable, inaccessible. And whenever you bring those together, whenever you bring everybody together to talk about those things, you don't realize that that is organizing, that is movement building, and we've been able to do that all the way up to Starbucks. Like that's a huge deal, and to me, it's just iconic.
You mentioned the kind of excitement that you're getting about organizing to get a good contract, and it made me think about this conversation that I had at a party last night. I was talking to somebody who had just recently, like I think within the past few months, joined the union at their workplace after they had been working there for a couple of years, because their manager asked them to work overtime that weekend when he already had plans, and he was getting married soon, and so this weekend that was the management was asking him to work that weekend, and he went to his union steward and was like, "Hey, is there anything we can do about this? They're trying to make me work on Friday, and I've been asking for to keep Friday off for a long time now." And so they have a clause in their contract that says if you want to schedule somebody for to work overtime, you got to give them 48 hours notice, and he had only been given 43 hours notice, and so he didn't have to do that. And he said it was just amazing walking into my manager's office with my union steward, because my manager is always like, super happy, seems like kind of on top of the world or whatever, like really kind of full of himself. And as soon as my union steward walked into his office, his mood completely plummeted. It's like he was scared out of his mind, and seeing that kind of power there, and the fear that management had of the union, I think that is something that people really don't understand and appreciate enough about, right? When we think about unions, we think about, oh, we're getting higher wages, we're getting better healthcare, we're getting something like this, but like just the ability to make your workplace not a dictatorship anymore, I think is something that is really underappreciated and really can't be appreciated until you have worked in a union workplace with a union contractor, you're fighting for a union contract, and you see that power in action. So I really resonated with that kind of excitement that you have, Naomi.
Oh my gosh, can I tell you about a thing?
Yes, please tell me about a thing.
related to scheduling, like Starbucks doesn't really respect your schedule, and like they will schedule you all over the place. You can request certain days off and hope that you get them, and then you'll have completely different hours the next week. And then so for me, what I've noticed is it's really hard to do things like go to the doctor or hang out with my friends, like a range of things. And that's something that I think a lot of Starbucks workers experience across the country. And what's really cool about when we organize our store, we've started doing these things called March on the Bosses. And essentially, we all have put in our requested time, right? Like these are available times. This is what works best for me. Maybe there's a little bit of leniency, but like don't go too outside of the norm for what I should be working. And our managers, we get new managers like every couple months. Like we don't really have a high manager tenure or whatever. And so every time we would get a new manager, all of our schedules would be like all over the place. Hours would be cut. Some people would be given more hours that they can work, like maybe they're going to school. But yeah, whenever we kind of all got together and talked about our schedule, we sat down, wrote a letter, and then all walked up to our manager and delivered the letter like, hey, like, this is a very serious concern. There are a laundry list of consequences for you just willy-nilly scheduling us to your comfortability. And so like just like having that and being able to see everybody's back get a little bit stronger that day was so cool. And like I think that everybody really wishes that they could do that. And it's really cool that now that our store is unionized, we get to do that. Like it's a protected action. I think, yeah, we just see a new attitude in the store, a new sense of, it's like a new confidence. I love it. So, yeah.
That's really great to hear. And I think really, resonates with me in terms of the more you participate and struggle together, the more it builds that solidarity in those relationships. And yeah, like you said, the confidence to stand up for yourself. And that's awesome. And I appreciate you sharing that. And just to wrap things up, Tamara, we're going to give you the last word. Could you give us some lessons you feel like you've learned from organizing here in the South that other union members could learn from, whether they're in Starbucks or, in any part of the economy? What are some lessons you've gathered from this experience?
I think what we can learn from this is that once you start a union and you give everybody the run and the go ahead, to stick together, because I think teamwork is the honest thing, and to make sure you check on everybody within your store or your restaurant or wherever else you're unionizing, because it's important. It's important that we all stay together because it's something that we all want. It's something that we're all fighting for.
Yeah, I love that. Absolutely. We've got to check on each other, take care of one another, stay united, because that is where our strength lies. So, Naomi, Tamara, thank you so much for all you're doing to organize in Starbucks, all you're doing to fight for your members, and thanks for coming on the Valley Labor Report today.
Appreciate your time.
Oh, no, thanks for having me. Are y'all in Alabama? Y'all are in Alabama? Are y'all in Birmingham?
Yeah, we're in Huntsville. We're in Huntsville, actually.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, cool. That's awesome. Well, nice to be here. Thank y'all for having us.
Absolutely. Keep in touch. Thank you.
Bye, y'all.
All right, folks, we're going to take a break. We have a lot to go in the show. We're actually going to be going long. We're going to do a double overtime today.
Jacob's making me work extra today.
Yeah.
Might file a grievance.
That's right. We might have to do it. But we're going to be doing a double overtime today. We're going to take a break right now. We're going to be right back talking to the General Secretary of the Ironworkers International Union about the presidential election. Then we are going to be going into overtime, where we are going to be talking about the UAW's political education campaign. We're going to be talking about the latest on Steven Crowder getting walloped by a labor attorney. And then we will be having Tyler Vasseur on. He is the chair of the coordinating committee for Build a Fighting CLC. We'll be talking to him about the tentative agreement. We'll be talking to him about BFN generally and what some some of the goals are there, his thoughts about arbitration. We will respond to a letter carrier voicemail that we got last week, and we will be taking calls from letter carriers and anybody else on this NALC TA. And then, in double overtime, we'll be talking about Boeing. We're going to be responding to a voicemail that we got from a Boeing worker in double overtime, playing a clip from a recent podcast about the Boeing machinist strike, and we're going to be talking to Chris Townsend about pensions. So this show, normally we broadcast for about 3 hours. This time, Saturday, I think we're going to be going for like 4.5 hours because we got a lot to get to. A lot of it's kind of time sensitive, so we wanted to make sure that we have time to talk about it. So we're going to take a break really quick, and we'll be right back with the General Secretary of the Ironworkers International Union. So stay tuned.
In Alabama, more than 200,000 of our friends and neighbors are living without health care coverage. Often folks can't stay healthy enough to keep their jobs. We need to fix this. Let's close the health care coverage gap. To learn more, visit coveralabama.org.
Support for this program also comes from the Ironworkers Local 477. So if you are looking for contractors with lower than average EMR and TRIR, they tell me that if you need to know what those mean, then you will. Or if you need to supplement a workforce at any level for any amount of time, short or long term, if you need ironworkers that come trained and certified at no extra cost, or if you need workers from superintendent down to general laborer, and you're looking to start work on a project, or you're unhappy with your current contractor situation, you need to call my friend Jeb Miles with the Ironworkers Local 477. They only work with the best in the business, vetted contractors, and can do all kinds of jobs from roofing to steel and bridge erection, from welding to heavy rigging, from structural repairs to machinery alignment, and much more. They supply manpower on 4 of the 5 largest projects in North Alabama, so you know they're legit. If you need good quality, safe, efficient, diligent, and knowledgeable workers on your job, then you need the Ironworkers Local 477. Call Jeb Miles at 256-383-3334 or via email at local477@bellsouth.net, and make sure you tell them that you heard about them on the Valley Labor Report.
We're the nurses, firefighters, and claims representatives that help keep our government services running. We respond to natural disasters. We care for our nation's veterans, and we investigate discrimination in the workplace. We are federal and D.C. government workers, and we are proud to serve the American people. Working in more than 70 agencies across the government, we know we can fulfill our mission because our union has our back. Learn more at afge.org. Paid for by the American Federation of Government Employees, AFL-CIO.
The Laborers International Union of North America, Local 366, is proudly recruiting North Alabama workers to work construction and nuclear plant maintenance. If you're interested, please contact Donna at their training center to start the process. That phone number is 256-415-7452. Again, that phone number is 256-415-7452. No experience is needed. Free training is offered, but you must be able to pass a background check and a drug test. Local hiring that grows our community with good-paying jobs that have benefits is their mission. Live better, work union, Local 366, feel the power.
Support for this program also comes from the Mid-South Council of Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union. Learn more at rwdsu.info.
I'm attorney Tommy Sinyard. When you've been injured and need help, you need a lawyer who's with you.
Sinyard Law. You need attorneys always available to take care of you. Sinyard Law.
And keep you in the loop. It's your case. You need to know what's happening.
Sinyard Law. And never a charge to meet with us to evaluate your case. Sinyard Law.
A new firm, but an old name. One that will stay with you every step of the way.
Sinyard Law. The name with proven results.
Since 1889, the National Association of Letter Carriers has protected the rights of city carriers as they deliver the mail and offer support for their community. The Alabama State Association of Letter Carriers makes their legislative voices heard when it comes to issues involving the U.S. Postal Service and the working members of the union. The National Association of Letter Carriers has been longtime supporters of the Muscular Dystrophy Association and the Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive. This message is sponsored by the Alabama Association of Letter Carriers. To learn more, visit NALC.org.
Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old union has come in here to dwell.
Alabama's only union talk radio show. This is the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison. My co-host is Adam Keller. If you've got anything to add, you can give us a call. Leave us a voicemail. The phone number is 844-899-TVLR. That's 844-899-8857. Really excited for this conversation. We have General Secretary Kevin Brenton of the Ironworkers International Union. Secretary Brenton, am I pronouncing that right? Have we got the secretary in the Zoom? Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I gotta kick this off.
All right, there we go. I think I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. Okay. All right, we're good. Sorry about that.
Because my computer just did not want to play.
Gotcha. Okay, well, appreciate you taking the time to talk to us this morning. I know that you're a very busy person, so really do appreciate you taking the time.
No, it's my pleasure.
So, let's start with, just before we get into, some of the political stuff. I'm interested more in I'm interested first in kind of your biography as a unionist. Can you talk about how you got into the union and why you think it's, you've kind of more or less devoted your life to it. Why is that something that you've decided to do?
So, yeah, my story started early. My dad's an iron worker, and he was the one who basically brought me into the trade, which I knew nothing about when I was a 16-year-old. And he basically said, hey, you're coming to work with me this summer. So I got started with an apprenticeship through my own local in 721 in Toronto. Completed that apprenticeship and put myself through college. And at the end of it, chose this trade because two things, the work and the people. There's nobody on the planet who's got as much character and drive as an iron worker. So working with those kind of people is really, really just something that drew me to the trade, as well as the work itself. There's really nothing that really compares to, working up in the air and building North America and doing our trade. You don't need to have any gym membership or anything, but it's fantastic work, rewarding. You can take it pretty much anywhere you want across both countries, and earn a living. So that got me, through to about 7 or 8 years into the trade. And then I had an opportunity to teach the trade at the local union. So that was my introduction to the whole other side of the union hall, being inside as a trainer. And it kind of opened my eyes to the representational side, which I ended up getting some opportunities to participate in ultimately at the local union, and then now as an international representative. So, but it's a lifelong passion. Both as a trades worker, being an iron worker, and then representing all the people that we have across both countries. So,
right. And what do iron workers do? Like, what is some of the work that you performed and that your members perform now?
I like to tell everybody that asks that question, usually they confuse us with steel workers. I'm like, no, they make steel. Iron workers build North America. So that's it in a nutshell. We are one of 14 building trades that organize probably 3 or 4 different trades within our union. And we're one of the first of the building trades on any construction site across North America, installing the rebar, reinforcing steel that goes inside the concrete to, make the foundations as well as the buildings. We do the structural steel erection. When you see a stick frame building coming up above the skyline and the people that are on it installing it with the cranes, that's us. We put in all the metal decking on those buildings. We do architectural and ornamental parts of those buildings and other installations for the stairs and the rails and all the curtain wall that skins the building. We do fence erection. We put in overhead doors and dock levelers. We do industrial machinery and equipment installation in car plants and other places. Do heavy rigging of all that sort of thing, bridge construction, and like many trades, we do a lot of welding that goes with everything that we do with the steel and rebar that we put in. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. I did a bunch of that work. The only thing I really didn't do was the curtain wall components of it and rebar, but I worked pretty much across all the rest of the trades when I did my apprenticeship, and then worked as a journeyman across Canada.
And so, we wanted to talk to you about the endorsement and the choice that your union made in the United States presidential election. But, talking about the work that your members do, it reminded me of the kind of question before that question is, should you even make an endorsement, right? There are gonna be people that think that, why don't you just focus on the work that your members do, making sure that they're trained properly, making sure that they're represented, that the employers are held accountable and all that kind of stuff. So even before we get to the question of like, who did you endorse and why, maybe it's worth kind of spending a little bit of time on why endorse at all.
Well, the endorsement, we'll get to the endorsement that we came up with, but picking politics, it matters to us in terms of how organized labor is looked at through the locus of the executive branch, through Congress and through the Senate and through municipalities and state governments. They all have a play in various ways, shapes, and forms by creating legislation that can either hamper or assist organized labor in its kind of common continuing struggle. And so we endorse based on the fact that there are, both Republicans and Democrats who engage in bringing up labor versus, putting down labor in terms of how they look at the world and the legislation they come up with. And so we want on every level of government to have some sort of a buy-in by our membership to support people who are going to build up organized labor. So because it affects everything that we do in terms of the procurement of work, making infrastructure happen, that sort of thing, but as well the standards on a state level and on a federal level that affect safety, that affect general working conditions on job sites through OSHA, that affect apprenticeship standards and the ability for us to continue to train our people. And some governments are supportive of what we do and some want that taken away. So we have to have our toe in the water on politics as we move through all these things. So
right.
So we did endorse.
Yes, and that's a good point to bring up, because there really is a lot of that, and depending on who it comes from, I'm sure that there are some members that have that kind of opinion sincerely, but then there are also people like in the media who are really more or less just telling us to shut up and dribble, right? That we need to stay in our lane, and really, if you conceptualize of unions as I do, as the organizations of working people and working class power, then it really does make like obvious sense that unions are going to engage in the political process, because unions are not just these really, really narrow kind of institutions only concerned with, exactly what the health insurance premiums are and the split between the employer and the member on pension contributions and everything. I think we should be organizations for working class empowerment, and so you can't just kind of cede the political ground. So with that out of the way, then the Ironworkers International Union did make the decision to endorse Kamala Harris for president, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz over Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Why did they do that?
Well, we endorsed Harris-Walz because they got the best chance in our mind of continuing what has been probably the greatest presidency for working people in my lifetime, if not ever. Harris, she had a record as a vice president of supporting all kinds of legislation, which was extremely helpful to the ironworkers in terms of what it delivered over the last 4 years. And they are going to continue that. But some of the things that, just to bring note of what affects us on the job in terms of some of the jobs that we are currently working on and some of the things that happened over the last 4 years, they put through the bipartisan infrastructure law, which is roughly $1.3 trillion to basically have a renaissance and rebuilding America in terms of the roads, the bridges, the ports, rail lines, and an energy renaissance. So we'll have a part in all that with our trade as we work forward. And, Trump has stated that some of those things are going to go by the wayside. The thing, there's left on the table that are not started. So that's stuff that we are currently on and are going to continue to be on as that the tail of that whole law comes through and everything gets engaged. She also supported, and I think was the deciding vote on the American Rescue Plan. That particular legislation did a lot of things, but one thing that a lot of people probably don't know about is it had pension support in there for some of our pensions that were in distress, and members, after working a lifetime, could potentially have had their pensions basically reset for pennies on the dollar. So a lot of pension relief was given there in that particular bill, which saved the pensions for millions of working people, and a lot of 3 or 4 of our local unions benefited from that. They also signed the CHIPS and Science Act, and that is one of the particular items where it's just delivering hundreds of jobs, and thousands of our members are working on those in that manufacturing home shoring across the United States. There's some that are multi-generation, where people are going to start working on these jobs and potentially be there for the rest of their career. They're 25-year long jobs for $20 billion, where somebody at a chip plant in Columbus could potentially start and finish their career on those jobs. So those are amazing things that have come out of that for the last 4 years that we want to see continue. And in addition, they've basically, across the National Labor Relations Board, they've strengthened that in terms of the people that are there to help organize labor, get organized. They've strengthened apprenticeship standards by including them in a lot of the the PLA language that's coming out, and basically just they're raising the boat for working people by supporting what unions do in terms of getting higher wages on jobs for construction across America. So it was an easy comparable in terms of what was done in the 4 years prior to Harris and Biden. When compared to what Trump delivered on infrastructure, it was basically a lot of talk, but no real action. The Trump term also went out of its way to, not a full frontal attack on organized labor, but there are some nuanced things that happened that basically were not friendly to organized labor in terms of canceling the credit that we had for our union dues. That's a minor thing, but there was also an executive order signed in 2017 under the Trump administration that basically tried to dismantle what we had done for 75 years in terms of establishing our apprenticeship programs across America for the union building trades in the IRAPS executive order, which we pushed back on and defeated. But those weren't friendly things for organized labor and everything that we were trying to do to both train our members and continue what we were doing across the country. So,
there were something like a couple dozen infrastructure weeks under the Trump administration, and there was never anything that came of that.
No, we really can't point to anything of note that rolled out that came our way for construction. And I'm talking about working people everywhere, not just the unionized environment, but just there was a lot of talk and not a lot of action in terms of what was delivered. But under the Biden administration, it's something that we haven't seen since the 50s, the post-war effort to go across America and put returning GIs to work. It's the same kind of activities that are out there now everywhere. And we have work across the country in places where we haven't seen it, in our lifetime. So it's fantastic amount of work that's out there right now for all of our members.
Can you explain what PLAs are and why they're so important for obviously for the building trades unions and for their members, they're important, but also they're important for for the recipients of the work that are on PLA projects and for the kind of community at large, and how the Biden administration has supported project labor agreements on federal construction.
Yeah, a project labor agreement basically is an agreed upon term of reference to engage certain standards for just the work and the representation for the building trades. So the current executive order that Biden signed covers work that's federally supported that's over $35 million. So of the infrastructure bill, that covers a little bit more than $250 billion worth of construction projects that are going to be coming up that are in that zone. And that what that does is it gets the building trades at the table at the front end of the job. Not every job will have every building trade on it in terms of the representative trades that are needed to do the work, but it gives us a starting point of being included on that work. And those inclusions come with other advantages to the local union community or the local communities where they're built. They generally include community benefit language, which basically makes all the building trades engage the local area where the work is taking place and see who's represented, and if there are underrepresented communities within the geographical area of that work, to engage those communities and see if there's people that are interested in wanting to start a trade by putting certain amounts of community benefit engagement percentages into those contracts under the PLA language. Then people who live in the area get a chance to build what's going on in that area and potentially start a career. So that strengthens just the diversity of what the federal dollars end up doing in terms of building something in a community to engage those communities. And they have also in the PLA languages support for apprenticeship ratios, which, by and large across America, apprenticeship is something that is partially taken up, but strongly taken up by building trades unions in terms of getting young people into the trades, training them safely, and giving them the opportunity to build a career. So those are assistive, and as well, they offer a prevailing working wage also to take place for the worker on those projects where they come up and are engaged, where those protections are not necessarily going to be there for something that's an unrepresented workforce in terms of the building trades presence. So
it seems like a pretty, kind of straightforward, if you are a, building trade union member who kind of cares about this stuff, the case that you're making seems relatively straightforward. There have been more jobs under this administration than under Trump. There are more jobs in your industries and in manufacturing, for what that's worth. More manufacturing jobs, more construction jobs, and a commitment to making these jobs union jobs and providing the protections that union representation brings to working people. And so it seems like a pretty straightforward case that you're making here. How have those conversations gone with your members? When somebody representing the union, another member goes and talks to their coworkers on the job about this, what are you hearing back from the shop floor about these, conversations about your endorsement?
Our membership, there's roughly 100,000. 75,000 roughly working and 25,000 retired across the country. And I forgot to mention on the front end, we also do represent the manufacturing sector. We call it, our shop division in terms of the structural steel fabrication companies, and we have quite a few members in there as well, spread out across America. But our membership's pretty much in line with what you see across the United States in terms of that really razor thin 50-50. And so depending on the geography, it swings a little bit different in each direction, but they've been mostly receptive to hear what we have to say. Generally receptive in terms of listening to why we made the endorsement we did. And we don't tell them how to vote when we meet with them. And we have been meeting with them extensively across, especially the blue wall in the last little while. But we try to steer them to what we put together for our research, to vet the candidates up and down the ballot as to where they vote and how they support different legislation that supports unions, or if they go out of their way to create legislation that basically doesn't allow unions to be, in the conversation. So with that in mind, we'll see where things go. But they've generally, like I said, been mostly receptive to hear what we have to say. We have some members, obviously, who are very passionate and dug in on either side of the fence, but we engage them respectfully and try to push them to review what we've done for the research, which underpins why we came up with our endorsement, and hopefully get them out to vote regardless, and get as many people and as many members as we have, along with their families, to participate in this election. So,
Secretary Brinton, the Ironworkers International Union, is there anything else that you would like to leave our listeners with before we let you go?
No, I just this is Alabama, right?
Yes. Alabama, Kentucky, and Louisiana, actually.
Wow, that's a bigger draw than I have prepared for. But we do have 3 local unions in Alabama I'd like to shout out. Local 92 in Birmingham, Local 798 in Mobile, and Local 477 in Sheffield. If anybody's listening, thanks for all you do. Don't forget to get out and vote on the 5th if you haven't voted already. But yeah, we're looking forward to getting some continuance on what we've had for the last 4 years in terms of just this entire renaissance for what we do for a living being part and parcel of our governments, and moving forward with that. So
appreciate that. Big fans of Local 477 here. Talk to those guys all the time.
Jeb Miles?
I do. I know Jeb. I know Eddie. I know Barry. I know Otis. I know the whole crew over there. Yeah, they're great. They're great.
I wasn't sure where you were located geographically within Alabama, but that's great to hear that they're friends of yours. So.
Absolutely. Yeah. We're up here in Huntsville, North Alabama, and we're part of the same labor council, and so we talk relatively regularly. So General Secretary Kevin Brinton from the Ironworkers International Union, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it, and look forward to talking to you again.
Thank you, and have a great day.
All right, folks. Appreciate him taking the time to talk to us about that. We got another 10 minutes here before we wrap up the first half of the program. And so we're going to talk about this this really funny thing with Steven Crowder and Matt Bruenig. For those of you who don't know, Steven Crowder is a right-wing kind of pundit. He kind of does, what we do basically, but for conservative politics. We do this for unions and labor politics and stuff like that. He does it for conservative politics. Well, Matt Bruenig is a labor attorney, actually a socialist labor attorney, which makes it even more funny, and like a think tank kind of guy. And Steven Crowder tried to bring a lawsuit against a former employee for ostensibly disparaging them. And so initially what happened was in October of last year, Crowder and his company began pursuing a bunch of legal actions against this guy, Jared Monroe, and including for a breach of a contract that Matt Bruenig alleged was illegal under the National Labor Relations Act, because the National Labor Relations Act gives you the ability and the freedom to talk about your working conditions on the job, and you can't be prohibited from doing that, right? That's a protection that you have under the National Labor Relations Act. And so Matt Bruenig's argument was basically that this contract that Crowder had Jared Monroe sign, this contract that he had him sign was illegal. It was a breach of the National Labor Relations Act. It was illegal. And so that was the case that Matt Brunig made in the lawsuit that Crowder put forward against Jared Monroe. Jared Monroe retained Matt Brunig. And following that, Steven Crowder actually withdrew that lawsuit because he realized, I'm about to get cooked. And so he withdrew that lawsuit, and then he filed a common law defamation lawsuit, which is even makes even less sense, really, and it is completely frivolous. And so that common law defamation case that Steven Crowder is making is based on a couple of text messages that Jared sent privately to Steven Crowder's now ex-wife. Texts that say, quote, from Jared to Steven Crowder's ex-wife, quote, from Jared, I think there's a scenario where several of us would be willing to attest to all of that. I just don't want him anywhere near those kids. That really, really disturbs me. Which is like, this whole situation is kind of like funny and entertaining, but there's like a real kind of darkness undergirding some of this stuff here. But and so that is what Crowder is saying. He is being defamed by Jared Monroe in these private text messages that Steven Crowder made public, right? Steven Crowder is the reason that I know what these messages say, and yet he's alleging that Jared Monroe is that Jared Monroe is defaming him for this. But I only know about it because of Crowder's lawsuit. Well, so Matt Brunig has said that basically this is not going to work because it clearly runs afoul. This is from Matt Brunig's piece. It clearly runs afoul of the Texas anti-SLAPP statute, basically prohibiting frivolous lawsuits. Well, last week, this is again from Matt Brunig. Last week, the judge in the defamation lawsuit reached the same conclusion and ordered, 1, that Crowder's lawsuit be dismissed with prejudice, 2, that Crowder be required to reimburse Jared for $43,000 of legal expenses, and 3, that Crowder be required to pay an additional $15,000 in sanctions in order to deter Crowder from filing any similar actions in the future. Crowder has already indicated that he's going to appeal the decision, and if that appeal fails, which it will, according to Matt Brunig, he will be on the hook for an additional $35,000 of legal fees per the district court order. So beyond the defamation lawsuit, Matt Brunig has also filed an unfair labor practice charge with the National Labor Relations Board. In that proceeding, Crowder will have to answer for filing the Rule 202 petition and earlier lawsuit attempting to enforce an illegal non-disparagement clause. Under current law, both actions violated Section 8A1 of the National Labor Relations Act, and the remedy for those violations is the reimbursement of Jared's legal expenses. So this is a very, very, very fun thing to see that Steven Crowder is going to have to pay tens of thousands of dollars to a socialist labor attorney for violating federal labor law and violating the law generally. And so, I just wanted to bring that update to you because we had Matt Brunig on the show some time ago to talk about the suit when it was originally filed. I actually had a longer clip that I was going to play from that, but in that clip, we went kind of into detail about the legal intricacies of the initial lawsuit that was withdrawn. And so it wasn't totally relevant any longer, but we wanted to make sure that we gave you that update because I know that some people in the audience were really excited about those developments. And it's just kind of, it just really is weird to be kind of pursuing this stuff knowing that this is going to become public through the public court documents, if you're actually concerned about like your private business and not putting your children through this kind of public rigmarole. Like if that's actually what you wanted to do, you would not be embarking on this kind of intimidation campaign, which is what makes Matt Brunig's case so ironclad. It is because a reasonable person would not be pursuing these actions for any reason other than to intimidate a former employee into not talking about the conditions of their employment. And so, NDAs just generally are very problematic and should be their power should be scaled back significantly. I'm not saying that you should never be able to create an NDA, but the way in which employers like Steven Crowder wield them as a weapon against their employees is really unconscionable and should not be tolerated in a civil society.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And, it's always disgusting when former employers try to intimidate folks. Like, they don't work for you anymore. Get over it.
Yeah.
Very frustrating. Interesting that, Brunig teamed up with this guy. But, yeah, really, I think it's funny that Crowder lost. But as funny as it is, the thing is Crowder is still probably a multimillionaire, and I don't know, he does quite well for himself doing, right-wing trash media, where he says a lot of crazy stuff, and gets well compensated for that. So, I guess he's not that big of a loser after all, but
yeah, unfortunately not. And that's the problem with kind of the legal system generally being set up such that like penalties are kind of set by the action rather than, or well, I don't know, because for somebody like Steven Crowder, paying $50,000 is obviously not a deterrent because there's no attorney kind of in their right mind that would recommend pursuing this course of action because obviously he's going to lose. It's all about the intimidation and kind of making people fear the consequences of this. It's not about the actual legal case here because no attorney would recommend that because it's obviously not gonna work. And so $50,000 in legal expenses, that's like most people's annual salary, but for somebody like Steven Crowder, unfortunately, it's not that much of a deterrent. So maybe we should have something like in cases like this, especially when it's when the people that are most likely to be responsible for these kinds of flagrant violations of labor law and just general intimidation kind of stuff. Maybe we should think about as a society putting like, you have to pay this percentage of your income or this percentage of your wealth as the penalty for doing this kind of illegal intimidation instead of just reimbursing legal expenses.
Right. I do think there's room to harshen penalties for violators of labor law because we talk about it on the show every week, right? Companies that break the law, sometimes like repeatedly and flagrantly after being warned not to, are being caught doing it, right? And they keep doing it. And it's because we see penalties and fines that just really aren't sufficient to deter them. And it's considered a cost of doing business. So whether it's breaking, labor rights in terms of the National Labor Relations Act and your rights to unionize, organize, have concerted protected activity, or, breaking, rules and regulations and laws related to the Department of Labor and OSHA and the Mine Safety and Health Administration, EEOC, right? Like we see it all the time. We have our regular Boss Watch segment. It's just it's another example of the disparities in the way working class people are treated versus the owning class, because business owners who commit, all sorts of illegal acts get slaps on the wrist typically or fines that are not sufficient, whereas working class people get thrown in prison and cages all the time for various offenses. Just another Adam, 30 seconds. What's your plugs? go to labornotes.org/events and check out their low cost and free training online. They've got some great workshops coming up. We really enjoyed the Alabama Troublemaker School a couple weeks ago in Birmingham. Thanks again to everyone who came out. Sorry I missed last week. I was working a gig with my IATSE 900 siblings, but appreciate everyone holding it down for me last week. And yeah, I think that's main plug I had. Just go to Labor Notes, check that out.
There you go, labornotes.org/events. They've got some really good stuff, and always good to check in on them. We're going to take a break. We're going to be right back with Overtime, the second half of the program. If you don't stay tuned for that, then we will see you next week. All right, folks, we're off the radio now. Appreciate you staying tuned. We're going to take a break, and like I said, we're going to be right back with Overtime. We got some good stuff. Going to be talking to Tyler V pretty soon after we jump into Overtime. Going to be talking about the UAW's political education campaign, and then we'll get right into the letter carrier stuff. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old union has come in here to dwell.
Folks, welcome back. You are still listening to the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison. My co-host is Adam Keller. Appreciate everybody tuning in today. We're going to go ahead and open the phone lines. We'll be taking calls after we hear from Tyler Vasseur. We'll be bringing him on here in about 15 minutes or so. Before that, we had a few clips from the UAW that I wanted to share with you. There was some really good stuff here. The UAW has over the last few months engaged in a really impressive political education campaign. They have, as I mentioned in last week in Southern Labor, made an attempt to contact every single UAW member across the country, which is huge. That's a lot of people. And they have been able to move their membership in a pretty significant way towards voting for Kamala Harris, which is, the union has endorsed Kamala Harris. And so it's their ability to make good on that endorsement and push their members towards the union's position, I think is going to be really important in making the case for the Kamala Harris administration, should she be elected next week, to continue on and expand on and build on what the Biden administration has done in terms of supporting unions. Because I think there are, in my opinion, there are a lot of worrying signs from the Kamala Harris campaign vis-a-vis her support for unions and her commitment to maintaining the kind of break with the neoliberal era, or at least the beginning of a break with the neoliberal era that the Biden administration represented. I think that there's, to a certain extent, I've heard that her administration is going to be a jump ball, and it's kind of to be determined. Is she going to be a Biden 2.0 or an Obama 2.0? And the latter is obviously significantly worse. I think the Biden administration was significantly better for working people than the Obama administration. And so there's a lot of worrying signs I have seen from the campaign about her commitment to maintaining the Biden administration's stance to supporting unions. And so these kinds of, I think that the political education campaigns and the get out the vote efforts that the UAW in particular, but other unions as well, have done are going to be really important in kind of making the case to the Harris administration, should that become a reality, to maintain the positive relationship with unions that the Biden administration has. And so a lot of people have been giving their closing arguments around the election. Both, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris have been giving their closing arguments. Sean Fain did something of a closing argument last week as well. And he started in the same way that I started when we just interviewed the Ironworkers International Union's General Secretary. The question that I started with was, why should unions engage in the political process at all? Why not, shut up and dribble, so to speak, as many want unions to do? Why don't you do that? And Sean Fain, international president of the United Auto Workers, spent a pretty good amount of time explaining why he doesn't think that's the right move, why he thinks that unions should engage politically and should make endorsements for their preferred candidates. So let's listen to him from last week.
Why do we have to engage in politics? Why can't we just stay out of it? Why can't we just stick to contracts? And the answer is because we are up against a billionaire class that will not stop their attack on us at the bargaining table. They will not stop at the workplace. They will not stop at the border. They will take every inch we give them. That's why our greatest UAW president, Walter Reuther, famously said, There's a direct relationship between the ballot box and the bread box. And what the union fights for and wins at the bargaining table can be taken away in the legislative halls. And that's why the founders of our union laid out in great detail our responsibility as a union to engage in the political process. Tonight I want to begin with what's written in our UAW Constitution. And I quote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, expressive of the ideals and hopes of the workers who come under the jurisdiction of this international union, United Automobile, Aerospace, and Agricultural Implement Workers of America, that all people are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among people, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed." It goes on to say, "It is essential, therefore, that the concerns of workers and of society be taken into account when basic managerial decisions are made. The structure of work established by management is designed to make of the workers an adjunct to the tool rather than its master. This, coupled with the authoritarian climate of the workplace, robs the worker of their dignity as an adult human being. This belies the democratic heritage we cherish as citizens in a society rooted in democratic values. Essential to the UAW's purpose is to afford the opportunity for workers to master their work environment, to achieve not only improvement in their economic status, but of equal importance, to gain from their labors a great measure of dignity, of self-fulfillment, and self-worth." Now pay attention to this part of the Constitution. Workers must also participate meaningfully in political and legislative action because government impacts importantly on their lives and on their communities. If government is to be the means by which people achieve a humanitarian and equitable society, it must be a responsible and accountable government. Therefore, the UAW has a duty and responsibility to promote real and meaningful participatory democracy through its members and their families so that free people and their institutions may be heard in the councils of government and so that office holders are guided by principle alone. The UAW must play an active role at all levels of government to protect the lives and rights of its members and their families. We must work constantly on the political and legislative problems facing the whole society. And that's the end of that quote. So we don't engage in political activity because we like a candidate. We don't do it for ourselves as your union leadership. We don't do it for the Democratic or Republican parties. We engage in politics as a union because it is core to our fight for economic and social justice.
So that's that's the reason that so many unions do not just kind of stand on the sidelines and not endorse during political races. And I think that's a very compelling case. And another reason, in this election in particular, is the threat that unions perceive from a second Trump administration. Let's take a listen to this clip from Sean Fain about what CEO's reaction will be if Trump gets reelected.
This election is where a huge amount of power is going to be decided. And for our UAW Constitution, for our union, for our families, and for our communities, we can't sit this one out. What we decide as a nation and as a nation will have impacts for years to come. Every organizing campaign, every contract, every grievance settlement will be impacted by this election. If the billionaires take back our presidency through their lapdog Donald Trump, you can be damn sure that every single CEO in this country will smell blood in the water. The future of the American worker will not be solved in one contract. It will not be solved by organizing alone. To keep good jobs in America, we need to engage in the political action.
And so he begins, and so that's where he starts kind of doing a similar thing to what the Ironworkers General Secretary did earlier in the program, laying out the relevant facts as their union sees it for UAW members. And again, you know, a lot of it is pretty compelling stuff from Shawn Fain of the UAW. Let's listen to the facts that the UAW feels are relevant for union members generally, workers generally, but specifically for UAW members.
So here are the facts in this election. On one side, you have Donald Trump, a billionaire with a proven track record of serving himself. And on the other side, you have Kamala Harris, who walked our picket line in 2019, who has voted with us in Congress time and again, who voted against Donald Trump's failed NAFTA 2.0, who stands with us. But don't take my word for it. Here's Donald Trump in his own words and actions over many years. In 2008, when our industry was in crisis, Donald Trump blamed the American auto worker for the Big Three's failures. He said, the unions are hurting very badly what's going on with the auto industry, while we sacrifice for these companies. On the other side, the Democrats in 2008 helped save the auto industry, and they bet on the American auto worker. In 2015, when Trump was running for president, he talked about doing a rotation. He said he wanted to move auto jobs out of Michigan and the Midwest to push auto workers' wages down. And when he was president, Trump successfully did move auto jobs out of Michigan and the Midwest and the U.S. entirely when he passed his NAFTA 2.0 trade deal, which has increased the number of auto and auto parts jobs that left this country as companies head overseas to exploit poor workers in Mexico and beyond. On the other side, you have Kamala Harris and the track record of the Biden-Harris administration. Kamala Harris voted against Trump's NAFTA and was one of just 10 senators to do so. Trump's NAFTA 2.0 is up for renegotiation in 2026. Kamala Harris has publicly committed that as president, she will fight to fix Trump's failed NAFTA to protect American workers in our communities. And let's talk about auto jobs in this country, because these two candidates have a proven track record in that respect. Under the Biden-Harris administration, we have seen a boom in U.S. manufacturing, thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act and the CHIPS Act and other legislation. When Donald Trump was president, manufacturing was declining, even before COVID hit. He said he was going to bring the jobs back. But Kamala Harris's administration is actually doing it. Look at Lordstown, Ohio. Trump left those workers behind at General Motors' Lordstown assembly plant. He said, don't sell your house, and he did nothing. The Biden-Harris administration actually invested in a battery plant in Lordstown. And now those workers are making EV batteries under our national agreement. They were able to return home, making good union wages. People are afraid, that electric vehicles are going to kill jobs. But we're seeing more investment now than we've seen at any point in my lifetime. Auto and auto parts jobs are at their highest level in nearly 20 years. We have to fight for those jobs to be good jobs. And we need someone who will stand with us in that fight. So how about when the chips are down and our members are on the picket line? Last year during our strike, Donald Trump held a fake rally at a non-union auto shop and blamed our union while we were in a fight for our lives. Rather than speaking out against corporate greed at the Big Three, he attacked us. He's called for members to abandon our union and stop paying dues. He blames the union for the company's problems. On the other side, President Biden became the first sitting president in U.S. history to walk a picket line. Our picket line. Biden said on live national TV that record profits should mean record contracts, and that we had sacrificed enough as auto workers. He had our back, and so did Kamala Harris. Back in 2019, when it wasn't a popular thing to do, when GM auto workers were on strike and Trump was president, Kamala Harris was standing on the picket line shoulder to shoulder with striking workers at GM. How about Donald Trump? When he was president in 2019, again, he said nothing as GM workers were on strike. He did nothing as the company closed plants in Warren, Michigan, in Lordstown, Ohio, in Baltimore, Maryland. In fact, he blasted our union while promising Lordstown workers they'd get their jobs back. And just last month, in a live interview with Elon Musk, Trump praised Musk for being the greatest cutter. He openly laughed about firing workers on strike, and he said, I quote, "Every one of you is gone." Kamala Harris and Joe Biden stood with us on the picket line. Governor Tim Walz stood with us on the picket line. They stood with us in our fight to reopen Belvedere. They stood with us in our fight to bring jobs back to Lordstown, Ohio. So to me, in their own words and actions, it's really simple. Donald Trump is against us. He's against our union. He's against the working class. And he's against everything we stand for. Kamala Harris is with us. In her words, in her actions, she has shown us that she's on our side. And who we elect matters, because we have some major fights ahead of us.
So there you go. That is the case that the UAW is making to its members ahead of the election on Tuesday. And, if you gotta have to engage with kind of what was said, right? If you are going to be, if you disagree with the conclusion, or you think that other things are more important and things like that, then, that's fine. And it's okay to have that perspective. But the things that he was talking about there really are important. And since this is going to be our last show before the election, we wanted to make sure that we spent, a decent amount of time on it, right? Because we do not spend a lot of time talking about politics on this channel. We don't spend a lot of time talking about elections. And so wanted to make sure that we kind of did a roundup of, some of the unions and what they're saying about the election. And like I said earlier, the UAW's had a really robust political education campaign ahead of this election. And so we will see what the results are on Tuesday. And one way or another, there's going to be huge ramifications from the results of the election for union members and the working class generally in this country and across the world. We have on the line now Tyler Vasseur. Tyler Vasseur is he is a letter carrier with the National Association of Letter Carriers and chair of the coordinating committee of Build a Fighting NALC. Really excited to have him on. Going to be talking to him about several of the things involved in this tentative agreement. So Tyler, thank you for taking the time to talk to us this morning. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Appreciate it. It's been a while. We tried to get on around the convention. It didn't really work out, so I'm glad to be here.
Absolutely. Yeah, we were able to get Corey on around the convention. Wasn't able to coordinate our schedule, so glad we've been able to get you on now. Before we get into the TA, can you talk a little bit about, biographically, your time in the union? How long have you been a member of the NALC, and what made you want to get involved so heavily in the union?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I've been a letter carrier and a member of NALC for 6 years, since 2018. I've been a steward with NALC for about 4 years. To talk about what made me want to get involved in NALC, I think it'll be important to get into my background. I grew up in a union house. My dad and my grandpa were both 49ers, members of the Operating Engineers Local 49. They mostly do construction work, highways, roads, bridges, that sort of thing. My dad works on a plant on the Minnesota River. unloads barges. My grandpa was a street sweeper and snow plower. My mom's a preschool teacher. So my parents, from a young age, taught me that the union was essential to the livelihood that they were able to provide for me and my two older brothers. Growing up, my dad would say some version of these two things. The world needs ditch diggers, and I might be a ditch digger, but I'm a ditch digger with a union. You see this house, you see these cars, this livelihood. We were by no means rich, but we weren't dirt poor. And he would say that's because of the union. So that's the values that I grew up with, and they stuck with me. They've stuck with me my entire life. When I was 18 or 19, I got politicized by Bernie Sanders' first run for president. I joined a group called Socialist Alternative. I got involved with the $15 minimum wage campaign in Minneapolis. We helped make Minneapolis the first city in the Midwest to pass a $15 minimum wage back in 2017. That doesn't sound like a lot now, but that was a big deal back then. Worked on a city council campaign after that. And I think the point I'm trying to get to is that's where I got the basics of organizing, and built off of the values I grew up with. But it was after that I realized I needed to figure out what I really wanted to do with my life. Do I continue with school and become a teacher? That's a path I would have taken. It would have been a noble path, but or do something different. It was one of those moments in your early 20s where you're really questioning everything. What's the right path? And that's when a friend suggested I get a job as a letter carrier. The job itself looked attractive to me. Get to wear a cool uniform. It's an active job. That was really important to me. And most importantly, I had a union, and I knew I wanted to get involved in a union, fight to make life better for myself and for the people around me.
That's fantastic. And I'm always a little bit jealous when, I talk to people who grew up in union households and like being able to kind of grow up with the knowledge of the importance of, organized labor and the ability to kind of fight for yourself and not have to take what the boss says for granted. And so that's, really exciting to hear that you had that kind of growing up, and that, that education to know to fight, and fighting is important, and that's how working people are, how we've been able to get, the small things that we have gotten, we had to fight for them. And so, you talked about your kind of decision to the things that politicized you, and I was actually politicized in exactly the same time period in 2015 from Bernie Sanders' presidential run. And some people call it like their radicalization, and it's interesting, and I wonder if that's a purposeful choice that you made to call it your politicization, because that's what I've taken to calling it too, because I don't actually perceive much of my politics as being like radical in a kind of like out of this world sense. I conceive of my politics as very normal. Like, I think that people should have some amount of say in the place where they spend the majority of their waking lives. I don't believe in the, divine right of kings. I don't believe in the divine right of bosses, right? And I think that it's illegitimate that, the owning class has so much power over us. And I think that we should have more power. And I don't know. I don't conceive of that of that as radical. And so I do not tend to describe my political journey as having been radicalized. I conceive of it as having been politicized. And so from that politicization, you mentioned that, you wanted to join a union a union job, get a union job. And so I'm interested in the steps that happened between getting a union job and like being a steward and seeing a need that you felt like wasn't being answered by your local leadership, and the need to start Build a Fighting NALC. I think that my understanding is that you were the founder of this reform caucus, and so walk us through those steps.
Yeah, so I'm a big fan of history. It was always my favorite subject in school. I've read a lot of history of the labor movement, and throughout the labor movement's history, there have been various rank and file caucuses, reform caucuses, movements within unions to challenge the status quo and the complacency that can set in to any organization, to even the most radical unions. And just on that word radical, I think it's only described as radical because we are challenging the status quo, even as reasonable as our ideas are to us and the majority of people we interact with. But there's always been these sorts of movements that have grown up within unions, even the strongest of unions in our country. But as a new carrier working forced overtime, sometimes 60 hours a week, being thrown from route to route, from station to station, making substandard pay, and really feeling like a second-class carrier, I knew there was a lot to organize around in our own union. I knew that a reform movement or caucus was ultimately needed. But you can't just come out and proclaim yourself a reform caucus or get like one or two people and say, boom, we're a thing, and expect people to join and build it. This all really started to develop with the fight for the open bargaining and contract campaign resolution last year, which I'll get into in a second. But from the beginning, it's always been more than just me. And while there's always reform-minded and even radical NALC members across the country, we were not organized as a real national force. That's something we're trying to build with BFN. But the basis for BFN, as we know it today, really started in Branch 9 in Minneapolis. For years, there's been a really good group of carriers, of NALC members who have been meeting as a sort of rank and file group outside of union meetings to talk about what we can do locally to help get newer members involved. Because just showing up to a union meeting can be quite intimidating at first. And so this has been a really good place for us to come together, bring new people in, and discuss what we can do to change the union. Many of the key people of that group and I are currently running on the Branch 9 reform slate for leadership of Branch 9. Voting just started. We'll find out the results in a few weeks. I'm feeling pretty good about it. That group has overcome the opposition of the current leadership on different motions and resolutions and initiatives over the past few years. Most importantly, we organized a contract rally back in April of 2023 in Minneapolis, just a few months after this current round of negotiations began. That's how long it's been that these negotiations have gone on for. We argued the whole time that we needed a real contract campaign. We needed leverage in negotiations. We needed to fight. We needed it to be national. The point I'm trying to get to is that through this whole process, we developed a key group of people locally, then set our sights on the 2024 National Convention, which happened just this past August in Boston. Again, I want to thank you for the coverage on that. That was really great. I think you got a lot of letter carrier viewers probably from that coverage of the convention. So that's fantastic. We passed the open bargaining and contract campaign resolution in Minneapolis in Branch 9 late last year. It was calling for more transparency in negotiations, for updates, for a nationally coordinated contract campaign with rallies and ways to build public pressure and leverage to fight for more in negotiations. I know it's a radical idea, but it is because it was not at all. It's so opposite from the approach NALC currently takes. And so we started organizing Zoom meetings to spread the movement, because it only takes one branch passing a resolution for it to be heard at the convention. But we asked the question, why not get as many branches as possible to pass it? That way we could start the discussion and debate early, and the convention would not be the first time a majority had heard about it. We held a series of roughly once a month Zoom meetings over the course of the last year to build momentum for the resolution. We ended up getting something like 40 branches to pass some form of the resolution. It was the first time something like that has happened in NALC in a long time, if ever. We ended up winning a slightly watered down version of the resolution at the convention. But just as important is that throughout this process, it became clear that we needed more than just open bargaining and contract campaign resolution to transform NALC. We needed an ongoing organized effort, a movement, and ultimately a rank and file reform caucus. The first, just the last few things here, just to get to the end here. The first Zoom meeting we organized was called Build a Fighting NALC, Fight for Open Bargaining. It had just over 100 people on there. My brother, Corey Walton, who's been on this show, he's a steward down in Branch 4 in Nashville. He's the host of the most widely listened to letter carrier podcast from ADA Arbitration. He said on his episode following our first meeting, this new group called Build a Fighting NALC, and boom, that's our name. You don't always get to name yourself. But I think it's a pretty good name. And so BFN exists and is being organized because we need to put the fight back in our union. We need to relearn our history and rebuild the traditions of the past. Most NALC members are not currently active, but members are starting to get involved, starting to wake up. Sometimes it takes something catastrophic like a sellout contract for a broader layer to wake up. But BFN exists exactly and was built exactly for a moment like this. We think that this movement needs to be organized and needs a program, needs demands, which I know we're going to get into in a little bit later. But that's long story short, that's where BFN came from. That was my role in it. And there were many others who've played really crucial roles and key roles in helping develop it up to this point.
Yeah, and so coming to the present day, we do have the tentative agreement now, and it's interesting that you mentioned that a lot of NALC members are not active right now. I was surprised to learn when I was coordinating the call with President Renfro, the communications director said that y'all have a 93% density or something like that, which is really impressive, and it is honestly kind of surprising coming from a federal sector union where our density is not that. It is like not even 50% nationwide, which is very scary. We've been talking some about the election, and so the prospects of a second Trump administration for my union in particular is very worrying. But I'm interested in how you think it is that the NALC has been able to have such a high density, despite maybe at the very least your perception that it doesn't engender very much of a fight or kind of ownership of the union to its members. I'm interested in that if you feel like there's a disconnect there, and then some of your reactions to Renfro's interview on our program last week.
Yeah. So that's an interesting question. Before the 1970 strike and before NALC even had the right to collectively bargain, the union still existed. But before collective bargaining, union density was also very high. And that was always something that commentators would be like, wow, they don't even have the right to collectively bargain. It's mostly like a lobbying effort. And there's some local things that stewards can do to, defend you on the workroom floor. But that was something that was always very surprising to commentators even back then, that pre-collective bargaining union density was really high. I don't remember the numbers. I think it was in the 90s as well. Today, that's a really good question. I think if you do this job, unless you get really lucky and you're at a good station that's fully staffed and you have the nicest managers in the world, you understand every single day. Even if you grumble, you can grumble about, rightfully so, about the state of the national union, about negotiations, about the overall approach of the union. You're reminded every single day why you are a member of that union. If you are at a station, if you've ever been at one station with a bully manager and a bully supervisor, and that's not every station, but it's more than it should be. Even one station with a bully as a manager is one too many. If you aren't even at one station like that, you understand, and you have a halfway decent steward that stands up for you and fights for you, you understand why you got to be a member of this union. And I think there's more to it, but I think that's one of the main reasons that the density is so high. It could be better. I want it to be 100%. I want it to be 99% at least, but it's a good starting point, especially compared to a lot of federal unions. In terms of my reaction to the interview with NALC President Brian Renfro from last week, a lot of what I heard in that interview were also things I heard at the Minneapolis rap session, which happened on Halloween. Like he mentioned there last week, there are 4 regional rap sessions held this week: Houston, San Francisco, Minneapolis, and today, currently in Washington, D.C. And so that's for branch leaderships to come and hear from Renfro about the contract. I was lucky that this one was in Minneapolis. I was able to put in a change of schedule to switch my days off in order to go with about 10 other members of Branch 9 here in Minneapolis. One of the things that really bothered me about what Renfro said in the interview, and especially at the rap sessions, in the interview, I think he was a little more tame. I don't know, that's not the right word exactly, but in the rap sessions, he went a little harder with this. But the idea of, I'm not here to tell you how to vote, I'm just going to give you information. Now, that's all good and fine, but if you say that, and then you proceed to go through the agreement, talk about how it's the best we could do, and then fearmonger over postal finances and the potential to lose everything in arbitration, then you are advocating a yes vote. You're just not being open and honest about it. It was then heavily implied that this is how branch leadership should relay the information to their members locally. It's dishonest, in my opinion, to do this. Leadership means taking a position and being able to defend it while making space for opposing points of view, right? At my station, where I'm the steward, we've had many conversations about the tentative agreement at the daily stand-up talks. I always preface my points by saying your vote is your vote. I can't force you how to vote, but as the steward, it is my duty and responsibility to tell you my opinion and to make the case for it. I support a no vote, and here is why. Not everyone at my station supports a no vote. There are a few that are planning to vote yes. I don't ostracize them. Those are my brothers and sisters. Those are my friends. Those are my buddies at the station. We work alongside each other every single day. I'm still going to defend them and do everything I can for them as a steward, even if they're voting yes or voting no. But I do try to talk to them about their reasoning, make the case to them for why I think we should vote no. We should build a vote no campaign. We can fight for more. To me, that's leadership. And that really was disappointing to see that pushed really hard at the rap sessions. And when I got up and spoke from the floor and said, no, I actually disagree. I think that you should take a position while opening space for an opposing point of view. Half the room sort of nodded their heads. The other half of the room, snickered and sneered and shook their heads and whispered under their breaths. That's fine. But this is that's an approach that I feel really strongly about. On the question of fear mongering about postal finances and arbitration, on the finances, there's without a doubt a lot of waste at the Postal Service, some fat that can be trimmed, no doubt. But the bigger question to me is, if the Postal Service is a public service, and we believe it provides an important service for the American people, why isn't it treated as such? If the Postal Service management cannot manage their own finances, they can't figure out how to run the Postal Service and provide for the workforce with the wages and the working conditions they demand and they need to survive, then we need to look at the funding model of USPS. If the Postal Service says they're losing all this money, well, then maybe it should be publicly funded. I think we could make that case because I believe the public postal service is in the public's interest. As package delivery becomes more important in the US economy and to daily life in this country, then it's in the public's interest to have a public option. Having a high quality, affordable option in USPS forces the private sector competitors to keep their prices relatively close to ours. They can't charge exorbitant rates because then no one would go with them. You would better believe if USPS didn't exist, UPS, FedEx, and Amazon would be charging a lot more for their services. And on the question of arbitration, just a few months ago, Renfro said that we were in a strong position to go to arbitration. So that begs the question, what's changed? I don't want to sow any illusions. I know we're going to talk about arbitration a little more in depth, but I don't want to sow any illusions in arbitration. But if we can win, if we win a strong no vote, 75%, 80%, we send it to arbitration and we put up a fight and we do public demonstrations, we can win more than the sellout contract that we currently have presented to us. Hiding behind fear-mongering over arbitration is just another way to try to stamp out carriers' hopes and expectations and to push for a yes vote. So there are more thoughts, but I know we're going to get into that more later.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I want to get into.
I want to hear your thoughts on that.
No, absolutely, and I don't have very many. Like you said, we're going to get into arbitration here soon, and you talked about making the case for a no vote and how you didn't really appreciate kind of Renfro's positioning of we're not making an official recommendation. And that was surprising to me as well, that they weren't officially taking a position. Also, it is interesting to me that it sounds like at your rap session where they were talking about the contract, that the room was a little bit more split. We've had some comments on during this stream and during other videos that we've had. And it's an observation that I've made as well, that I don't think I have seen a single advocate for a yes vote other than Renfro within our comments. And the communications director actually called me and asked me how it went and what the reaction was. And so I told him, I was like, well, it wasn't great. I have to say, people were upset about it. And I was shocked at how many people said that they're going to be voting no, and how I didn't see a single, the closest thing that I saw to somebody advocating for voting yes, which it still wasn't that. This person, I think, was undecided. They said something about, I'm concerned about our chances in arbitration with the current negotiating team. And so I don't know how I'm going to vote, because I don't know if we can get better in arbitration based on, Renfro's positioning at this point. And so, that's not a great endorsement. And so I want to know why you think that room was more evenly divided, it sounds like, than we are seeing online. When I've been having these conversations and been saying that I'm holding a certain amount of skepticism about kind of the breadth of the vote no kind of contingent because of what I saw last year at UPS with the Teamsters, where the things that I saw were overwhelmingly opposed to the tentative agreement. There were still, in that case, at least there were some who were advocating voting yes that I saw that, it was a minority, but it was still sizable. But the majority that I saw online was advocating a no vote. And very clearly, that was not the way that most of the membership felt. It was passed by like 90%, right? So I'm holding some amount of skepticism here, but that kind of, I'm interested why you think that room is so different than what we've been seeing online. Is the online just so unrepresentative of the membership, or was that room really more representative of like a leadership cohort that is maybe to a certain extent disconnected from the rank and file, who are overwhelmingly going to be voting no on this TA? And then, speaking of making the case, what is the case for voting no? Why isn't this tentative agreement enough?
Yeah. So I think if that was a room full of 200 rank and filers, I think it would have been a much different situation. Instead, there was space for 250. About half the seats were empty. I bet just under half. There were probably about 150 people there. I personally talked to a number of branch presidents or people in different branches who said, yeah, we're not sending anyone because we're voting. We already saw the TA. We're not going to go spend branch money just to hear it from leadership itself and waste the membership's money. So we're just not even going to show up. So that was part of it. But ultimately, I think it was that amongst branch leaderships, I think there's a disproportionate amount of Renfro supporters or people that are willing to at least hear out the case than if you had a room full of rank and file members, which I made that case from the floor. I said, there's over 2,000 letter carriers in the Twin Cities metro area, in Minneapolis and St. Paul. Why was this done in the middle of the day? You could have gotten hundreds of letter carriers who would like to hear from their branch president about the TA if you had done this in the evening. But the point I want to get to is, I think it's just because it was a lot of branch leaderships that were there, that it was more disproportionate. Of course, there was those that were for a yes vote, those that were for a no vote, and some that were sort of sitting on the fence. And so even though I think we knew going in that the room was always going to be a little skewed away for a yes vote, we still got to go and make our case. Hear what Renfro has to say. He went into more detail than was just in the TA, but not much more detail. And try to make our points from the floor and get connected with people that want to vote no. And on that point about UPS and on all of that, yeah, of course, the internet is going to have a lot of people, you're going to hear from the people that are the most fired up, probably. And I don't think anyone that is voting yes is very fired up. That being said, I think that the no votes, based on my being at the stations and talking to other stewards in Branch 9 across the country, the no vote, I think, is where the momentum is right now. But the point is, we have to get organized for a no vote. You can't just put it out there, yep, we're voting no. And then a month from now, when the ballots get sent out finally, expect a no vote to win. That's why, which I might get into more later on, BFN and others in the reform effort are organizing a vote no campaign, flyering stations. We had our first day of action on Wednesday, where over 40 stations got together and either flyered or did parking lot meetings and rallies, took group photos. If you go to Build a Fighting NALC's Facebook page or go to the Farm Aid Arbitration subreddit, you'll see tons of photos of entire stations or big chunks of stations going out before the shift, taking group photos with vote no signs. That's the kind of thing you need to do to build momentum. You can't just rely on momentum alone, because if we do that, then it's more likely people will just kind of go, I don't think we can win anything better. I'm alone on this. I'll just vote yes just to get the back pay. But we got to organize a no vote. I'm not sure there was a bit of organizing for a no vote with UPS, but it wasn't on the level that we're already at with within NALC with BFN, and we've only just begun. So in terms of like, what do I think about the TA? Why isn't it good enough? There's a couple different things I want to just, if you bear with me. The pay is inadequate. Diet colas still exist. I'll explain that in a second. The non-career workforce is maintained. Mandatory overtime still exists, and overtime rule changes are a give back. NALC was founded on an 8-hour day, and we're doing things to really undermine that. Which I want to go through each of those. It's important not just to point out what is wrong, but to put forward ideas and a program of what we should be fighting for. On the terms of pay, there were minor gains for the bottom and the top, but it's, in my opinion, too little too late. 1.3% annual increases are a slap in the face to letter carriers everywhere. BFN is fighting for a $30 an hour starting wage and top pay on par with UPS. 20 years ago, new employees started out around $20 an hour. Adjusted for inflation, that would be around $30 an hour today. We've gone backwards in terms of wages for carriers in that time. I'm glad we were able to chop off 2 steps at the bottom of the pay scale. That's better than nothing, but at a minimum, every other carrier should have been bumped up 2 steps as well. That easily could have been done. BFN ultimately is fighting for cutting the pay scale in half from 13 years down to 6, which is an official position of NALC in terms of the COLAs, the cost of living adjustments. Our COLAs were major gains from the struggles of the 1970s and workers dealing with their own inflationary times then. But our COLAs, as they currently stand, are not enough. First of all, they're not one-to-one with inflation. If inflation's 5%, we don't get 5% COLAs. They're based off of a formula which comes out to about half of inflation. And based on that formula, top pay gets that full amount, about half of inflation, and then those further down the pay scale get a fraction of that amount. We call that diet COLA. BFN thinks that we should have, at the very least, get 100% COLAs based on our formula for all steps, and ultimately, we should be fighting for our COLAs to be one-to-one with inflation. If inflation's 5%, it should be a 5% raise. That's the only way, to me, you could possibly sell 1.3% annual raises as a win. Because as it stands currently, if our general wage increase, 1.3%, and the COLA doesn't come out to higher than inflation, that's a pay cut, period. A few months ago, Renfro said that any TA offer that had a non-career workforce would be a non-starter. This TA maintains CCAs, the non-career workforce. The creation of CCAs, along with the 2-tier pay scale, was one of the worst things to happen to the letter carrier craft. It created a second-class tier of letter carrier, lower pay, more exploited, forced to work up to 60 hours a week or more. It creates division among carriers, and for these reasons, BFN is calling for an all-career workforce. But an all-career workforce alone is not good enough. BFN's also fighting for an end to mandatory overtime. Rural carriers already have this. This isn't something we're making up out of nowhere. Rural carriers already have this rule. We should have the right to refuse overtime outside of our own routes. So, there's a lot more to be said, but I'll highlight one more thing. The TA has givebacks on our 1260 rules that carriers are not allowed to work over 12 hours in a day or 60 hours in a week. NALC was founded in the late 19th century. It was veterans of the Union Army who were letter carriers founded the NALC. And one of the main goals at that time in the broader labor movement and for the founding of NALC was the fight for the 8-hour day. 8 hours for work, 8 hours for rest, 8 hours for recreation. No one should want to or have to work past 12 hours, much less 8 hours. The only reason that would be possible is because the wages are too low. On top of that, this gives management the incentive to never have to properly staff stations. They can just rely on a few carriers at each station to work 12, 13, 14, 15 hours or more. And that could ultimately end up with cuts to routes. And what do you do if then those super overtime carriers are sick or on vacation or something? Then guess what? Everyone at the station is getting forced. So that's ultimately a give back that I don't think is acceptable. And those are some of the main reasons that I and BFN oppose this TA.
And so we said we were going to be talking about arbitration. Let's talk about arbitration. The primary argument, it seemed to me, from Renfro against voting down the contract is that you're not going to be able to get more in arbitration. What do you make of that assessment? Put more conservatively, and then some of the things that I hear is that you're saying that he's waving around as kind of like a bear bug, like scary thing that you could lose everything in arbitration, which seems kind of that seems kind of difficult to believe that would happen in arbitration, but. What do you make of the idea that you're not going to get more in arbitration? And then, from the perspective of somebody that's not happy with this agreement, like that commenter that I mentioned earlier that said, well, if that's the, if that's the case that the union is making, the union says we're not going to get better in arbitration. Well, the union is supposed to be the side that's arguing for more in arbitration. So, like, is there precedence of an arbitrator going above and beyond like what a union is asking for? Like when he said that, I actually I have never been through arbitration, so maybe you can help me out. But like, I almost worried about him saying that on my program publicly, because I wouldn't be surprised if like the Postal Service is looking through his public statements and is saying and like clips that and puts that in their argument and says, look, he doesn't even think that they can. And so that would be part of the Postal Service's argument in arbitration. And so what do you make of that argument that you can't get better in arbitration and so you should vote yes?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's just a fear-mongering tactic, like I laid out before. But I would just really ask, like I asked before as well, what happened to us being in a strong position to bring it to arbitration, which was put forward several times over the last 6 months. I don't want to sow any illusions into arbitration. It's not just vote no and hope for the best. It's vote no and organize a real contract campaign. That means public rallies and demonstrations. That means nationally coordinated actions. That means to tell the public, the arbitrator, and USPS and our own negotiators why we voted no and what we demand, what we need. That would involve a media campaign. It would involve getting the members organized. It would involve these parking lot rallies and meetings and group photos on a scale of what we've seen already times 10. That's what a real contract campaign would look like. Ultimately as well, like something I've been talking to people about is if we show USPS that they can starve us out for 500 days every single time and we will accept a substandard contract, a sellout contract, we accept the crumbs that they're willing to give us after nearly 2 years of negotiations, because negotiations started in February of 2023. They'll try to do that every time. And so on that principle alone, but that combined with everything else, we have to vote this down and we have to fight for more. And then someone else made a good point to me the other day that it would be in President Renfro's best interest if this is voted down, especially in overwhelming numbers. It would be in his own political interests to negotiate and fight for as much as possible. Of course, he could go and not do anything and then arbitration comes back and it's bad and say, look, I told you so. But I also think the case could be made that he would understand, and I hope he would understand that if it gets sent to arbitration on the back of a strong no vote, and they put up a substandard approach, then there'll be political retribution for that in 2026 in terms of concerned letter carriers or Mike Cariff or one of the other reform slates that are running to take over leadership. So yeah, again, I don't want to sow any illusions in arbitration. I'm not saying we vote no and we hope for the best and place all our faith in the lawyers and whoever else. We pay, I'm sure, lots of money to do this stuff for us. But we vote no, and we build a real movement to force them to at least listen to us and fight for more. And the contract, it can't get much worse. It really cannot. I think we can vote no and we can fight for a lot more.
One of the things that I've been seeing, and I'm just interested in if you've been seeing this as well, but in some of our comments and in actually one of the voicemails that we got last week, there was somebody talking about, I don't know, and I'm not even really clear about it, but there's some concern about like the actual counting of the ballots for this ratification vote. So, some people have like distrust in the person who is going to be counting the ballots and responsible for the execution of the election of the referendum on ratification. Is there any is that real, or is that people kind of like bringing some of their political stuff into something where it's not really like, is there an actual concern there that BFN is tracking?
So, it's not nothing, but I think there's a 15-member ballot commission or whatever it's called. Okay. One member from 15 different states. It is appointed, but that have oversight over the process. I know there are ways to ensure the process is done how it's supposed to be done. And then CLC, the concerned letter carriers, which Corey Walton is connected with, and James Henry is the current vice president who's running on that slate. I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, that they and others will be there to ensure it's a fair process. But But I it's not, I don't want to discount completely, but I think that there is a real process to make sure that, and there's checks and balances to make sure that it's actually a fair process. I would, ultimately, I think that it's more so just like the broader craziness of the politics and the presidential elections are sort of finding their manifestations into our own elections. But there are, I don't want to discount it completely. There are processes and there are forces and groups that will be looking into that to make sure it's fairly done.
And really quick, before we get to these final questions, as a kind of internal political matter, you mentioned that there are multiple kind of reform slates or people that are going to be challenging Renfro for the presidency in 2026. Mike Cariff, concerned letter carriers. I don't think BFN is running anybody for president. And I think that you've said that you're explicitly planning not to run anybody for president. What is the strategy there? Why, and correct me if I'm wrong, but why is BFN not running anybody for president? Or are y'all going to be joining officially one of these other slates? Or like, what are your kind of thoughts about 2026?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Ultimately, BFN is still developing as a force. I think it's very good that there are forces like CLC, like Cariff, and potentially others who can take this sort of space up of like forming a slate or trying to run for the top positions. And, there will probably come a time when BFN endorses one or the other and campaigns for them with caveats. Of course, we'd have our own position, maybe disagree on some things, but agree with the overall approach. But that would be a decision that I don't get to make, or even just the coordinating committee. But BFN as a whole, we're in the process of just starting out. We've had in the last few days hundreds of people, I think over 200 at this point, who've signed up saying, I want to join BFN and start a chapter in my area. Now we're very new. Our coordinating committee is 8 people. We're expanding that and adding a few more people to that. But we're in the process of figuring out a process to reach out to people and help them develop chapters. What does it mean to start a BFN chapter? Right now, that means fighting for the Vote No campaign. But because of all these things, we're not in a position to run anyone for national elections. Doesn't mean we're going to abstain, but we do have a role to play, I think, as an independent rank and file reform movement, an eventual caucus in NALC in this process as a whole. For now, it's very, very good that all the forces in the broader reform effort are united behind a no vote. We can work together on a no vote while having differences of opinions on program or demands or these other things. We can have separate material, but still work together and fight for the strongest possible no vote. And so we are at the moment working with Cariff, with the CLC, with unaffiliated carriers and NALC members in the Vote No campaign. And I think out of that, we'll get a better idea of things. And within BFN itself, on the coordinating committee itself, as well as broader sort of supporters and the broader membership, there's a lot of confusion. There's people that support CLC more, support Cariff more, support both. There's a lot of people that want a unity ticket. Let's not split the reform vote. I think BFN can play a role in helping sort of, call for unity as we get a little closer. We got 2 years. We're not in any hurry to make an endorsement, but we're not going to abstain as well, if that makes sense.
I agree with that for sure. There should be, since there are so many forces kind of coalescing around a need for reform, I definitely think the need for unity is an important one because it's a one member, one vote election, right?
That's right. Yeah. That was a reform that was won out of the 1970 strike. They were able to win one member, one vote.
Hell yeah, that's awesome. Are there any, what happens if nobody gets a majority? Is there a runoff or does the plurality win? Or do you know? I don't know.
I'm not sure. As long as I've been a member, there's only ever been 2 candidates for each position running. So
yeah, well, that's definitely something, particularly if the plurality wins, like it's incredibly important that there's a sense of unity there, and so looking forward to kind of continuing to follow that. But like you said, 2 years, so not in any rush to kind of force any decision at this point. So you mentioned that the voting no, like BFN's position is that you can't vote no and then sit back and like wait for arbitration, right? You got to vote no, and there has to be you have to pressure the arbitrator. You mentioned that, and so is that what BFN is going to be doing in the event that it's voted down? The attention of your caucus is going to be turned towards building a a pressure campaign around, like, talk us through that. What happens if it's not ratified, the contract is voted down for BFN?
So when we vote this thing down, I would hope that the national leadership would take that as a sign to get the members into the streets and to use that to fight for more, take up our approach, the demands we put on them for a public contract campaign and pressure strategy. But if they refuse to do that, then BFN, alongside the other forces in the reform movement, CLC, CARIF, and others, will be calling for national rallies, will be calling for an escalation of our Vote No campaign past just the election. Vote No, the Vote No campaign, like I said, has already started to some degree. We had a public meeting last Sunday, whenever that was, that had over 700 attendees. And we launched our first National Day of Action last Wednesday with flyering, parking lot meetings and rallies, group photos with Vote No signs in over 40 locations. Photos are still coming in. And with plans to do this at least one more time when ballots drop in late November or early December. Different branches are taking up holding rallies on Veterans Day or other days. That's, ultimately, it would be good if it was nationally coordinated by the national leadership. But if they don't take this up, then we will, vote this down and hopefully the strongest numbers possible, and then build real pressure through public rallies and demonstrations and going to the media and that sort of approach.
One of the kind of signature asks or signature kind of planks of the BFN campaign is, or BFN's movement and kind of the your program is fighting for the right to strike. Is strike action possible in this moment? And how does BFN see fighting for the right to strike during this campaign, fighting for the right to strike as like one of the programs as one of the program points during this campaign and then going forward?
Yeah, no, that's when I went to Carrier Academy, the training in 2018, there was one point during one of the last days where NALC representatives come in and sign people up for the union. Before they even pull out the form and make the official appeal, they play you a 5-minute video. The video prominently highlights the 1970 Postal Wildcat strike. It talks about how the strike built the NALC. It turned the letter carrier job into the job that it was known to be for so long, one with good wages and working conditions. The reasons there were lines out the door anytime they were hiring for letter carrier positions, and you basically couldn't get a job there unless you had veteran preferred status. Those gains came from the 1970 strike and the avalanche of organizing and momentum that came out of it. The rank and file caucus that grew out of that strike and developed as a national reform caucus fought to transform the union. I saw that video. I said, I want to join that union, only to later find out it was illegal for us to strike. As long as we do not have the right to strike, we are fighting with one hand tied behind our backs. We have no real leverage. No pressure points against management when they play hardball in negotiations. As it currently stands, it's two people in the room negotiating one of the most important parts of the contract, the economic package. The NALC president and USPS's head negotiator. This contract, this sellout contract that we have, as it stands right now with the TA, is what happens when we go with the current approach. We're even short of strike action. The union isn't even building public pressure through rallies, demonstrations, and informational pickets. We need a new approach, and that approach needs to contain fighting for the right to strike. And, is strike action possible at this moment? I think that's a really good question. I think it's a question of organization. Are we organized enough to pull it off? It wasn't legal in 1970, and they pulled that off, and they were successful, but it needs to have a majority or at least a significant portion of the membership to participate for it to be successful. Are we at that point now? I'm not sure. I know there's been lots of talk about it. I wouldn't explicitly encourage isolated actions or stickouts, but at the same time, if it can be organized enough, it can be successful. That being said, you got to be very careful. I'm advocating for the right to strike. I'm not advocating for people to go out tomorrow and go on strike. And just to explain how we would fight for the right to strike. Ultimately, I think this moment with strike action over the last few years, and in particular over the last year, from the stand-up strike to Boeing workers to longshoremen, workers in our own union have been wondering, you hear all the time, what kind of union are we if we can't strike? And then we get this TA, which we were told was going to be historic. And we get it, and it falls so far short of what workers were expecting and what we need in this inflationary moment, in this moment of crisis in the US and around the world, where workers need some stability. They want stability. They want to fight for more. And so in this moment, I think strike action is becoming more and more popular. And I would really encourage people, get behind this movement to fight for the right to strike. If you want to fight for the right to strike, join BFN and start a BFN chapter, and that's going to be a multiple pronged approach. At the 2026 convention, I'll just put this out there now, we still need to discuss this in BFN, but some ideas I have is we can put forward resolutions and fight for resolutions to make it so that our letter carrier political fund does not give money to anyone in Congress that does not support repealing the federal ban on striking. That we set up a strike fund, and that because we already have on the books that our union officially advocates for the right to strike. It was passed at the 1968, 1970, and 1972 conventions. But we need to build a real campaign around that. We need to organize with the other postal unions and other federal sector unions to build not just lobby Congress people in the individual rooms, but build a public pressure campaign to fight for this thing. It's only through that process that we could ever win the right to strike, both by getting it taken out of our contract and repealed at a federal level. And if they refuse that, but we get organized enough and actually pull something off. And so that's ultimately, I think, going to be one of the main demands and main things that BFN is built around in the years to come. And ultimately strike action is the ultimate tool, the ultimate weapon that workers have. And I think we have to fight for that right. And we have to fight for the ability to do that.
Coordinating among the postal unions is also very important, and I've seen some commentary from union members outside of the Postal Service and some from within, talking about why there are 4 postal unions. For people who don't know, there are 4. There are the rural carriers, the city carriers, the postal workers, and the postal mail handlers. Each of them have a separate union. So maybe part of BFN's program, as you develop more and get further into the future, will be amalgamation. But I won't put that in your mouth.
No, I'm firmly in support of that. At the very least, there should be one carrier union. Rural and city should be one union. At the very least, I think ultimately, and at the very least, we should bargain together. We should bargain our contracts together. But ultimately, yeah, I agree. I think we need one big union at the post office in the long term.
Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. Well, now he said it. Now it's not just me calling for amalgamation of the Postal Service unions. All right. Tyler Vasseur, really appreciate your time. Where can people learn more about Build a Fighting NALC?
Thank you. I really appreciate you having me on. You can find us on Facebook under Build a Fighting NALC, or our website, which is just fightingnalc.com. Build a Fighting NALC domain was taken, so whoever took that, please, we would like that. But for now, we're fightingnalc.com. You can find materials for the Vote No campaign, articles, written stuff, flyers. Go there, go to a Facebook page, and as well on YouTube under Build a Fighting NALC. We're just getting started. So if anything you see, this is just the beginning. We're getting more organized. We're starting chapters across the country. You can sign up to join BFN on the website. We're developing a process for being able to reach out to people and talk people through, what does a chapter mean? What does it look like to join BFN? How do you organize and how do you fight for more? And how do we use this to transform NALC? We're not a separate thing. We're a group within our union. We're fighting to transform our union, rebuild the roots and traditions that we come from, and fight for a hell of a lot more than we currently have.
All right, there you go. Tyler Vasseur, thank you so much for taking the time. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. We are going to take calls. The phone number is 844-899-TVLR. That is 844-899-8857. We have one caller in the queue. We're going to take that caller. Just want to mention this from Andre in the chat. Put in a $30 super chat. So I wanted to make sure I say this. It's a $30 super chat, and it wasn't anything that was inappropriate. So I will say this. This says, attention East Coast and Tri-State carriers, NALC Branch 41 will be holding a Vote No rally November 10th in Brooklyn. Show up and let your voices be heard. Branch41.org. So that's interesting. It sounds like that's an official union event, not just a BFN event. So that's pretty interesting. 844-899-TVLR is the phone number if you want to call in. We've got a caller on the line, been waiting patiently for about 40 minutes. 508 area code. 508 area code. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Jacob. My name's Peter. I'm calling from Michigan.
Peter from Michigan. What's on your mind?
Well, I've been on hold, so I didn't get to hear most of the show, but one of the aspects of the TA that hasn't been discussed very heavily, President Renfro discussed on your show the other day, and that's the pay table changes. How familiar are you with our pay table?
Not very. I know that at one point, something like 10 or 15 years ago, was it? There was a second table created, but now the first table is like more or less obsolete because like the top pay at both are the same, and so most people are no longer in the middle of the first table, and so basically everybody's on the second tier. But yeah, tell me more about it.
That's correct. Most people are in the second tier. Well,
yeah.
So the previous contract that we had that expired in 500 days ago, basically. The previous contract added a step, so it added step P, and it also added step AA for PTFs, which are the career direct hires. But previous to that, the pay table went from step A to step O, and it was 12.4 years to get from step A when you first made career to the top step. When they added step P to the end, it stretched it out to 13.3 years. Which I don't think too many people were mad about because you get a higher step at the end. But the modifications that he is proposing in this TA to the pay table means that starting at step C, it's going to be 11.5 years if you start at step C at the beginning of this to reach top step. Except that carriers that are at C to O during this, that are already at step C to O, it'll still take them 13.3 years to reach top step.
Right.
So
yes, because basically, what they did.
Primary concern.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that, Colin. So basically, like what they did was they didn't compress the pay table, right? They just lopped off the first 2 years. And so yeah, you're exactly right. People who have been there for 2 years or longer, it's not going to take them any less time to get to the top than previously. But for people that have been there for less than 2 years, or for people coming in, you'll kind of jump 2 rungs up the ladder, so to speak. So, that's a real concern.
I fully support. Yeah, I fully support, increasing starting pay for folks, because these are our brothers and sisters that are doing the same job we are. But you're actually letting junior carriers get the top step quicker than more senior carriers, which violates basically the basic principle of seniority that is everything that we do at the Postal Service. All of our route bidding, everything is done by vacation, everything's done by seniority. And you're telling these carriers that have been working longer that started at lower wages on table 2. Like when I started, the starting wage at step A was just over $38,000.
Yeah.
And so you're saying that it's good. We still have to wait the same amount of time to get to top step that we had to previously. And his comment at the Minneapolis rap session was that he thought this was the fairest way to distribute the money.
Well, understand that being a concern. Appreciate your call. Thank you.
Thank you.
844-899-TVLR is the phone number if you want to get where he was. We had a caller, or we had a voicemail that we want to play from last week. Ask Tyler if he can still hear the calls in the Zoom. If he could hear that caller from the Zoom, then I'm fine with him hanging out and sticking around if people have questions for him specifically. But while you ask him that question, Ben, let's play this voicemail from last week from a letter carrier.
How you doing, Jacob and Adam? My name's Steven. I'm calling you from Brooklyn, New York. I belong to Branch 41 with the NALC. Great podcast you ran the other day. The one thing that I really don't understand why it's not getting more playtime is the contract is May 20th, 2023 through November 8th, 2026. And as you well know, there's 3 COLAs effective in May. What about that damn 0? May 20th, 2023 to November 17th, 2023. We got a 0. That's the first raise. What's retroactive on 0? 0. I didn't hear anyone really commenting much on that. That's a non-starter with me. You don't allow a 0 to set a precedent moving on into future contracts. The coal is unacceptable. Hawaii and Alaska, they get a T-COLA of 25%, and as you mentioned, in our biggest cities, the cost of living is astronomical. There's a provision in there. You could cash out 40 hours of annual leave, but there's a little caveat. You can only utilize less than 75 hours of sick leave in that same year, so you get punished. You got a wife or a child with an FMLA condition, and you're taking your 80 hours, well, you get punished. If you have your own chronic health condition, you get punished. Why the hell did Brian sign off on that? Did you know that you're only allowed to donate annual leave if someone has a chronic illness? We had a carrier died of cancer, and we did donate our annual leave, but the post office does not allow you to donate your sick leave. And that's an intangible. Show us the money. How much sick leave does the post office recoup? What they'll do, you got 400 or 500 hours, they add it on at the end to your annuity. So they'll say, okay, now you got 30 years and 3 months. Pennies on the dollar. What's the actuary table? When do you actually realize the money that you could have gotten if you utilized all your sick leave? Health insurance costs going up. But as you well know, as a federal employee, Congress does not allow OPM to go and negotiate directly with these people. So it's kind of like a monopoly. The uniforms, a pittance. From 2021 on, it seems Galls, GALLS, bought out all the uniform companies. They own over 80%. It's called a monopoly in most industries. So that's why you have costs that are astronomical. A shirt that used to be $25 is now just about $40. The shoes, they have to be black leather, non-skid resistant, but you gotta buy the authorized shoes, $200, $250 a pair. I can go to Foot Locker and buy a comparable pair for $60. How come Renfro couldn't allow us to do that? Management is allowed to wear as long as it conforms to postal safety standards. Why can't we? I'd rather spend $60 on a pair of shoes instead of $250, and that's $250 more. I'll buy 2 more pairs of pants and 2 more shirts of my post office uniform. And that's something that I don't think is missing. And finally, you had someone on there from the NIH, and which is overseen by, I believe you mentioned HSS, Health Services, which is a federal agency. So where is our Democratic leadership asking them to be just and fair in their negotiations and how they handle people like them and also like yourself with fellowships? Where's our Democratic leaders coming forward and saying, let's give these people just compensation? After all those years of study and expertise, also getting paid pennies on the dollar, and it's just a shame,
Appreciate you giving us a call. Appreciate that. Appreciate that call. Had somebody in the chat, Andre in the chat, says that is his shop steward, the best shop steward in Brooklyn, per Andre in the chat. So that's really cool. Glad you were able to make that connection. And appreciate that voicemail. And then on the NIH thing, he mentioned that we had folks from the NIH who have just organized with the UAW on the show last weekend talk about their campaign. They said, I was actually in a meeting with one of the organizers from that union last week and asked for an update. And he said that, you'll recall that the NIH was making the argument that it is illegal they cannot negotiate over wages with these people. And so that was their legal argument. And so they said, we're not going to. And so the UAW held this big rally I think in DC. And apparently, according to the UAW, HHS Secretary Vasseur got word of it. He apparently didn't know about it until then, and Secretary Vasseur told the attorneys at the NIH to change their position on the negotiability of wages with the union, and so now they're having to negotiate wages. So appreciate you teeing me up for that update, brother from New York. And so there you go. We got some more callers on the line. We have a caller from a 203 area code. 203 area code. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, how you doing? My name is Unconscious Thoughts. I just wanted to reach out to you guys over at the Raleigh Report, say thank you for everything you're doing. You guys have probably been the most vocal people in our support. So basically what I wanted to take a second and, bring to the membership was what a lot of people don't understand with the back pay and with the time that we have not been paid. You're a federal employee, so you understand sort of how the TSP works. So each pay period, the Postal Service matches a percentage of what we put in. If we put in 5%, essentially they put in 5%. And so what happens is when we don't get paid correctly for all the weeks that we work, we lose the match that would have been with the money that we would have earned. Now, when we get that back pay, yes, that one check, we will get the 5% match out of our gross pay from that pay period. But what happens is all the pay periods that basically accumulate to that back pay, we lose. So what does that mean? That means all of the compound interest that we would have accrued within the last 520 days, it's lost, and imagine what that could have been in 30 years. And I know it's a what if situation, but it's another losing point that happens with our situation. And then the last thing I wanted to mention was, pretty sure all letter carriers yesterday, we received in the mail a letter from the Postal Service health benefits where we were automatically moved into a comparable health care plan. And the only thing I got to say about that, if you do the math, our health care just went up, at least mine, went up 19%. So a 3.9% general wage increase does not account for a 19% raise in insurance premiums. Again, I just want to reach out to you, say thank you, and keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks for the call, brother. I appreciate it. That's crazy. I knew that somebody had reached out and told us that the healthcare costs had increased, and it was more than the 3.9% raise, the general wage increase but I did not realize, if that's true, that's wild. A 19% increase in the cost of healthcare. That's not good. Not good. We have another caller on the line. If you want to get where they are, you can call 844-899-TVLR. That's 844-899-8857. This next caller is from a 417 area code. 417 area code. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, hello, my name is Trent. I'm calling from Midwest Missouri.
Trent from Missouri. What's on your mind?
366. I just wanted to call and talk about this tentative agreement and why we shouldn't vote yes on this. I mean, if you look at the history of NALC and you look at inflation, take the wage that letter carriers were making in 1970, compare it to today, we are making less today than we did in 1970. The reason for the wildcat strike. Letter carriers are on welfare. They're asking for government assistance and getting approved for it. We work for the government. We shouldn't be receiving assistance from them. It's ridiculous. We got letter carriers up in their cars. We have branch presidents installing showers in the union halls, homeless carriers. I work in a low cost of living area. I and my family will be okay if this contract gets ratified or if it doesn't. But we are in a union. It's not about what's good for me, what's good for people in low cost of living areas. It's about what's good for every letter carrier in this country. Pardon me. And you've got to think, you've got to ask yourself, are you willing to sacrifice your brothers and sisters for your own gain? And I'm not.
Appreciate the thoughts. Thanks so much for the call. Got another caller from this one, a 773 area code. 773 area code. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Rodney Weatherspoon, calling from Branch 11.
Rodney from Branch 11. Chicago. What's on your mind?
Just called to tell Tyler that was a good. I liked the interview. Tyler made a lot of good points. I'm a 10-year letter carrier, and I noticed the decline in the post office. I came in as like the second group of CCAs. We came in unfairly paid. I'm a third generation postal worker, so I was told it was a good job. My dad and my grandma was driving the post office, so I took the job on, and I had to tell them like it was a different experience for me. So but I stuck with it, trying to see the future of the job, because everybody say the future. Let's look past the, the poor starting wages when you first got in. That CCA position was terrible. So I do the 2.5 years. I convert over as a regular. I started making $17 an hour. Still not a lot of money. That happened in 2016. I started in 2014. Mm-hmm. So it just progressively got worse. I made career. They started treating the career employees like CCAs. I made regular. It's like, it's not even the same standard when you make career in the post office no more. You get treated like almost like the help, or like you did a problem for just coming to work. So the standard of the post office and the wages is not there no more, and just the treatment is terrible. So I like to see that the younger generation, like I'm 31, so I think Tyler probably around my age or not too far off. So it's good to see the younger generation trying to get their voices heard or whatever, and get out there and push the narrative. Because I'm gonna be out there if we do something, Branch 11 area, Chicago area, I'm gonna be out there. So it's good to see everybody pretty much on the same page, voting this terrible contract down. Because our union president pretty much sold us out. Everybody know it. So
you're seeing that.
I wouldn't be surprised if Brad Renfro.
You're seeing that at your branch, that you think that your branch is going to be voting no primarily?
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much, I talked to a lot of people. Some older carriers be making some discouraging comments, pretty much saying like, this is what we always got. You got the naysayers, a couple people saying that, but majority of people I talk to, pretty much on the same page. They pretty much the naysayers. We got, we can't compare ourselves to UPS because they're in the private sector. But in our contract, when the post office did this, we supposed to be in competition with the private sector. So they just be saying a lot of stuff, blaming our union for the cost of grievances. That's why the post office can't pay us. Just some people be saying some crazy stuff. They uninformed though, so
Appreciate the call. Thank you.
But I'm hearing majority say they're going to vote no though.
Gotcha. Well, we'll see. Ballots go out, I think I heard mid-November. So appreciate it, and look forward to keep in touch. Let us know what happens.
I thought that was interesting, the family connection. The fact that his career path, like he has seen the letter carrier career path decline from generation to generation. Yeah. No, I think that would, I think that that would definitely make a difference, right? If you were able to see firsthand that, this used to be a really good job and now it's not, and we're being treated like crap, I think that would make a difference for sure. We got some more callers. This one from a 508 area code. 508 area code. What's your name and where are you calling from?
I'm actually a branch president up in Framingham, Mass, branch 334. My name's Greg.
Greg from Massachusetts.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
I didn't think did you expect this passion ever since your interview with President Renfro last week? You're hearing from people throughout the country, and I didn't think did you expect this sort of response on your radio show down in Alabama?
Well, I have been following it to a certain extent. I tune in occasionally to Corey Walton's podcast, and I lurk a little bit on that subreddit. So I knew that tensions were high. I was like I told Tyler, I was definitely surprised by the amount of people that are going to be voting no, because like I mentioned, with the UPS Teamster thing, it was a majority that said they were that I saw online said they were going to be voting no, but I did see some people saying like, yes, I'm going to vote yes, and here's why everybody else should. And I'm just not seeing that now, right? And that is surprising that you have an agreement that is being at least tacitly, implicitly endorsed by the national union that is being so overwhelmingly kind of talked against. It reminds me of that first contract that the Boeing machinists got with Boeing, and we're going to be talking about that here in a moment. But I had exactly the same thoughts. I was like, wow, I'm not seeing a single person in the machinists union at Boeing saying they're going to vote for this, and that's what happened. So it looks very similar. But what are you seeing as a branch president? I'm curious.
So I have about over 125 active members between three offices, and I can tell you I've never seen the amount of passion towards a no vote. I think in the last contract, I'd say 10% might even have voted. Not that many people are aware, but as a branch president, I am now, again, like Tyler said, we're not telling people how to vote, but I am highly recommending a no vote.
Wow.
I have my own little campaign going, and I'm seeing a lot of passion out there. And one of the things I can say is, I've been at the convention, I've been in rap sessions, I've heard the president speak for 20 months about this, and I listened to your interview last week, and it's a bunch of broken promises. The table thing is really a slap in the face to my members, my coworkers, that a lot of them started during COVID, worked, when I say over 60 hours, we're talking 70 plus hours. We had a staffing problem, obviously, and they were told by me, because I was told by Brian, yes, we're getting rid of the 2 tables. Now, Brian didn't lie. He certainly got rid of the 2 tables, but he got rid of the one that has the more money in it. So he did. There's not that many people at step O anymore. Most of us, I've been here 20 years. I'm at step P. I'm going to be making $84,000 living outside of Boston by the end of the contract. I'll be all right. But it's not okay for the person at step D on table 2 who will be making $57,000 by the end of the contract. That's a big discrepancy in pay to live up outside of Boston. And when you have a national president that continues, and he's doing it as I speak right now down in Washington, continues to push the post office's finances as our problem. Brian should be pushing us to get more pay, and the post office can figure out why they are losing money. And they have spent millions of dollars in tracking devices in LLVs that were born in 1983 that will be destroyed in 3 years. And they have tracking devices for their own mechanics to find these trucks. That's where the waste is. It's not among the carriers. The carriers are the best bargain going right now. They're paying some people $55,000 to work 60 hours a week to deliver 100 packages a day. That's a bargain. So
I'm interested I
talked to Tyler a few times.
Tyler go ahead.
Is right on with everything he says. We need more people like Tyler. Corey does a great job with the podcast. There is passion out there for a no vote. And I don't know how many presidents are listening, but, again, don't force them to vote no, but encourage a no vote and explain to them why.
I'm curious about you as a branch president. Are you feeling any pressure from above you to, so to speak, like toe the party line, or are you seeing any of that kind of stuff, or and are you seeing stuff?
Zero.
Okay, that's great. That's good to hear.
Zero pressure. I there's a lot of issues with the business agents. I have a great business agent in Region 14. He has a great office. They answer any question. I think I didn't even ask how they would just say, I think their advice would be read the contract. If you like it, vote yes. If you don't like it, vote no. And I've had some senior carriers that have walked in my office and said, why shouldn't I like this? What don't I like? And I would say, you have integrity, and you work with these people. We're all one, and you see that a certain few didn't get what they deserve for the job that we do. So no pressure to answer your question. No pressure from anybody. We have a different rap session coming up in a couple of weeks. Hopefully, there's a president's meeting with Brian. And that'd be a nice time for me to ask him, Brian, why you said one paid table. You did go down to 1, but you went to the lower one. You said the 100% COLA thing with top step gets 100%, and then it's a percentage under that was going away. What happened to that? So, he told you what he thought everybody wanted to hear in your interview last week. And it was the first time you did ask him the tough questions, and he's getting that the last couple of rap sessions. I can tell you that the rap sessions, some of the questions are not easy on him right now. So there is a lot of pressure. And like I think you made the point, he's helping out the post office when he says, "Oh, this is all we're going to get in arbitration." That's not his job. The Teamsters didn't say, "Well, UPS only made this much," and the UAW didn't say, "Well, the car companies only made this much." That's not the union's job to cry poor mouth for the Postal Service. So,
Greg, appreciate your call. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Yeah, I really appreciate that call from Greg. And I got to say, I was surprised Renfro actually came on the show.
Yeah, I was too. And that's, credit to him. I
will give him credit,
There's no way that he didn't know that we're like, of the... we're sympathetic with BFN, right? Like at the very least, and we had Corey Walton on the show. There's just I can't. It's difficult for me to believe that he didn't know what he was walking into. So
Right.
That's credit to him, I guess.
Yeah, apparently I missed a hell of an interview last week. But yeah, I really appreciate all the energy from the letter carriers, and as I put in the chat, I really hope that this is a wake-up call and maybe a moment of transformation that past this TA vote, the energy that Greg was talking about behind the no vote, that becomes, something bigger and beyond a TA into a more militant, a more democratic, a fighting union, a stronger union, because the letter carriers obviously deserve it. And, to see your profession decline over generations, and to see, the cost of living not keep up, and to see the mistreatment as something I've heard a lot from letter carriers about mistreatment on the job. We heard that a lot at UPS as well. It's something that's not really appreciated a lot in the media. You don't really get to hear that in the media very often. People talking about being mistreated at work, having jerk supervisors who harass them and bully them, having to file grievances just to have some peace at work. That's something that's undercovered. And, just to tie it back to Greg's comment, I don't think there's a lot of spaces in the media to facilitate these kind of conversations. So whatever you think of, like me and Jacob personally, whatever you think of the Valley Labor Report and the work that we do try to provide a voice for working class people. And, we're a union talk show. We like to talk about unions and the issues within our unions. And sometimes that means we're critical of union leadership. Sometimes we provide space for union leadership. We try to, have a diversity of voices and viewpoints out there. So that's why we do what we do, right? Because working class people deserve to have our stories told. And this is a big part of a lot of people's story right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to get through all the calls, everybody that wants to call in. So please do, but let's try to rapid fire get through the rest of these calls so that we can take a break and come back and talk Boeing. But we do want to get to everybody that wants to call in. So just try to keep it under 2 minutes. The next caller is from a 313 area code. 313 area code. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
How you doing? My name is Tia, and I work in the Sterling Heights, Michigan area.
Tia from Michigan, what's on your mind?
Okay, I just have two things to say really quick. The first thing, because I was on one of those rap sessions with Winfro when he was speaking about we might not get anything. And to the older carriers, the senior carriers that's been around, I just want them to know that there is a thing called the Postal Reconciliation Act. And in there, it's Article 39, Section 101, and it states that the Postal Service must stay competitive with the private sector. So with that being said, there's no way that they can come back with nothing. And if they do, then we'll do what we have to do to hold them accountable, to make sure they go and fight, to make sure that they stay, in compliance with the Reconciliation Act. Because there's no way we can get anything less than what we have right now and them stay competitive. There's no way. So I just want them to know that fear that he's putting out there, it's not true. So scratch that out of your mind. Also, in that act, everyone knows that we were paying 10 years into the pension. Well, that's no longer. Biden, he got rid of that. So that was created at the same time when they created this second tier back in 2013. So they took $20,000 out of our salaries to pay for this so-called into this pension that they had to pay into 10 years in advance. Well, since they're not paying 10 years into this pension any longer, why don't you just put the money back into our salaries? Every time I ask that question to all, even our Paul Varner, I'm sorry, who's part of the executive council, nobody has an answer. So I'm like, why does he use that as his argument when he goes into arbitration? I'm really concerned that he's not really experienced enough to arbitrate, but we'll see. And I just want Winfro to know, if he's listening, that we're going to hold you accountable. So if we're not making any money, we're going to do everything we can to make sure he's not making any money. So if we're struggling, he needs to feel that. He needs to struggle too.
Thanks for the call.
You.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Got another caller on the line from a 714 area code. 714 area code. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? My name is Benjamin. I'm out here in Bell Gardens, California.
Ben from California.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I'm calling in to let my letter carriers. This is the time when we need to come united. We can't continue to run off and supposedly mind our own business. There's no surprise we get treated like crap. There's no surprise there. There's no surprise that they lie on us. They continue to harass us. There's no surprise that we've been dealing with this since the beginning. There's no surprise that out here in California that fast food workers make more than us. We're not simps. We're the backbone of the company. So I say that we have to come united. We have to stop playing around and be one.
Thanks for the call, Ben. Appreciate it. 760 area code. 760 area code. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, Daniel, local 2025 or 2525, Escondido, California. I work in Carlsbad. The big problem with what this contract is it's an all-encompassing. It's going to screw us in the long run, because if you really think about it, they're asking us to do more hours. They put us in a separate risk pool for healthcare. So the insurance companies know that. And so we're going to be having to pay more premiums because we're working more, and they know we're going to get hurt. They know we're going to get sick, and it's going to cause health issues in the future. And that's going to burden us in the long run. And then on top of it, why are we even paying premiums to begin with? That should be the Postal Service, because UPS does it 100%. They cover everything. No questions asked, So with that being said, we're going over 12 hours. We're paying more in healthcare costs. And then we're also getting worse salary. How can you look me straight in the eye, or any of us straight in the eye, and say, oh, yeah, this is a great contract right here.
Right.
Historic. It's more like prehistoric. That's all I'm saying. And really think about it, guys. That calculator there is not 29%. It's just not. We're getting screwed here, and a lot of people are like, "Oh, vote yes, vote no." No, vote no. Like that. I'm strong enough. I'm looking for your best interest as well as mine. This is not a good contract. Vote it no.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Caller from a 715 area code. 715 area code. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, everyone. My name's Harley, and I'm calling from Wisconsin.
Harley from Wisconsin. What's on your mind?
So, a lot of great callers. A lot of you are well-educated. You guys know a lot of ins and outs of contracts. Really impressive to hear. I have not heard anyone say yes or gave a good explanation except Brian Renfro. So that kind of tells us everything. There seems to be a revolution within the NALC of the social media world, except at the top of the NALC doesn't seem to be a part of this. There seems to be a complete wide difference here. And obviously I'm going to vote no on it as well. I was CCA for 5 years. If anyone's screwed over, it's people like me. So I put a lot of time in. Wasn't career for a long time. Luckily got a route, luckily, to someone retiring in 2018. So I don't necessarily gain too much on this new contract, just like a lot of people out there. And that's kind of about it. So I really hope for a better contract with arbitration. We obviously need to take over the entire NALC. We need all new people. It seems like thanks to social media that can happen now. I've never cared to even vote for a contract or even look up YouTube videos. This is my first time calling in a podcast. So someone like me who's just been asleep at the wheel here of a vote, I'm awake now. I'm looking into videos. I'm making some videos on my own YouTube channel. Not impressive. I'm not doing a shout out. But the point is I'm doing that and getting the word out as well and researching and learning a lot more. And then my last complaint, this is kind of, I don't know how to put it, but I don't like that the NALC is endorsing a president for the presidential election when we claim we're nonpartisan. I could say a lot more to that, but to kind of keep my opinion to myself and keep this podcast clean, I'll put it like that. I wish we weren't endorsing a presidential candidate, and I wish we would stay out of it and claim that we're nonpartisan like we should be. And I feel like that negatively impacts the NALC as well. And that is about it.
And that's totally within your right to have that opinion. I don't know if you've been listening to the whole show before we started talking about the letter carrier stuff, but we did have some. We were talking some about the election and some unions' positions on it. And so, and if you'd rather not answer, just tell me. That's totally fine. But what do you make of the argument that unions are making that, which is basically that we have a duty to our members to involve ourselves in a nonpartisan way, but which is not to say that we never endorse a partisan candidate, but in a nonpartisan way, in that we'll endorse a Democrat or a Republican where it makes sense. But right now, the unions are saying it does not make sense to endorse a Republican, and it makes sense to endorse because of how friendly the Biden administration has been to unions and what they have done, and how unfriendly the Trump administration promises to be. I mean, Trump is the one that appointed DeJoy. I know that unfortunately Biden has not really agitated to get him fired, which he should absolutely. But that's where that appointment came from, was from the Trump administration. So, if you want to answer that, I'm interested in your thoughts.
Yeah. No, thank you for the question. I appreciate it, instead of just cutting me short of what I left off on. So thank you. My opinion of why we should not endorse a presidential candidate creates a giant rift within us carriers. Because I could leave a comment or read many comments where everyone's saying vote Trump and also vote no on the contract. I don't necessarily see the other side saying vote for Harris. So it creates kind of a political divide within our own union that's not necessary. We should be focused on our contract. But if you go on the NALC app, it does show send this to your representative, and it's got both parties. Now that's nice and clean. It's not saying I'm going to only click and send it to a Democrat or a Republican. So we should stop creating a rift within our own NALC and stay strong as one. We should just say, hey, I would like this bill supported because this will help the NALC carriers, and leave it as that. And I'll put it like this: I don't endorse the presidential candidate that the NALC is wanting. Now, if we want to argue is DeJoy good and who appointed him, fine. Well, we got Biden. I suppose he could have removed him, like you said. So, and that hasn't happened. So, I mean, why are we still complaining about DeJoy then? But maybe we still can, and that's fair. But then at the same time, well, he's not removed. So I don't understand why we're still arguing on it. But we still could. But anyway, our bigger issue, I believe, would be is the NALC contract itself. And like I said, you can go on the app and you can click both Republican and Democrat to send emails on the app, and it's really clean. And it has a whole format there saying what bill we would like to support that would help us carriers with retirement, health care, and things like that. I don't know if you know that, but it's all in the app, and it's really well laid out how we can send an email and contact our representative. And I feel like that's just so clean and appropriate.
Well, Harley from Wisconsin, really appreciate your call. Wish I had more time to engage with you on that question, but we do want to get to the other calls and appreciate your thoughts. Thank you. 267 area code is the next caller. 267 area code, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes, my name is Mohammed. I'm calling from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Mohammed from Pennsylvania, what's on your mind?
Yes, I have a little bit short story. I need the president to listen to this one. I've been hiring in the post office since 2014. My little son, he was 11 years. He's just a little boy. Now he been hiring in the post office now. The last time he heard me listen to the show, the listen for the contracts and every stuff, he have a question to me. He say me, Dad, how much you make an hour? I tell him after 10 years, I get my shoulder bigger. I tell him I make around $30. He look at me like either I'm a liar or I'm a stupid. I ask him because I see his eyes open. I say, why? He tell me I just been hired as a window clerk. He makes $28 an hour. So this is a crazy. It was 11 years when I was starting. Now I make $30. He been hiring as a window clerk and $28 an hour. That's been this is a story. I want the president, to hear this story. It's not fair for us. A letter carrier, after all these years, we're making nothing. That's what I see on my eyes on my son. My dad is a stupid one. I'm sorry about this one. That's what I see in his eye. Either I'm lying, I don't make this money, or I'm stupid. He's still making $30. He's just been hiring for this 5 months now. He's been hiring as a window clerk, $28 an hour. Look how the difference. Look how this story. That's what I see. Even the people, they want to vote for yes to make this comparison. To ask the colleague over there how much they make, so how much we make. And I don't want to be longer than this. And I know that a lot of people and the waiting time. Thank you for getting me on the phone. Thank you so much.
Thank you for calling in. I appreciate it. We have an 802 area code. 802 area code. What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name's Chris, local 37 over in Vermont up here. There are so many issues that so many callers have already addressed, but I don't think it's important enough to address them again. Right? So I want to shout out Labor Notes for doing a great article with some amazing people. I want to shout out Work Stoppage, the podcast that does amazing work. But what we have seen is that clearly the entire labor force in general is growing up. We are growing up. We are younger and we are growing up, and we see all of the work that actual labor unions do. Actually things that are happening, right? So we got Starbucks, for instance. Look at what's going on. Who do you think works at Starbucks, right? Younger folks, and they are unionizing across the board, fighting tirelessly. The UAW just got amazing gains. Teamsters, longshoresmen. We are watching this in real time. We are getting the gains if we fight against this. Article 16 in the NALC Constitution. We need to get rid of the 2 tiers. It's absolutely ridiculous that we even had that in the first place. I've been working in this force since 2017. We absolutely need a change, and we need to fight back as hard as we can. And just lastly, if anyone is listening that is not part of the union, please pressure your local city letter carriers to vote no. Just, I'm sure there's got to be at least some people here, right, that know their local letter carrier. Pressure them to vote no. I've contacted many of my previous offices. I've transferred twice, and it's depressing to see like the lack of solidarity. It's depressing to see the lack of stewardship, representation. You know, as a worker, vote no. Thank you.
Appreciate the call. Thank you very much. Caller from a 424 area code. This is the last NALC call. Then we're gonna go to a break and we're gonna talk Boeing. So you are the last call, and we got through all of them. So thanks everybody who called. 424 area code. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Oh, good morning. My name is Virgilio Goze, NALC Branch 79 in Seattle, also part of the BFN Coordinating Committee. I'm glad with all these calls from across the country that I'm hearing about. And, you know, I had a hearing Tyler talk about like the hard work that has been put in BFN. It's very important to me. And also hearing that the awakening across the country that's happening. I personally am quite surprised at the amount of people who are calling in on a vote no campaign. As was mentioned earlier, like in the last contract cycle, there was barely anybody voting, in my opinion, like 20% turnout.
Yeah.
95%, you know, yes, 5% no. It was mentioned to me, like, you know, Jamie Partridge from Branch 82, Oregon mentioned, like, if we can get 20% vote no, that would be a huge success for this vote no campaign. And I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
This just shows like how far, like how quickly this movement has grown, that
Right.
we are seeing pictures from across the country, you know, people like holding signs that say vote no. But what I want to highlight personally is the importance of BFN as a rank and file movement, and how letter carriers should start thinking about building from the ground up, right? Like, you're agitated, you want to do something and change the union, and you gotta be willing to participate, right? Like, I always emphasize that you gotta build up your resume within the NALC so people will listen to what you're saying, right? Like, you should run for a shop steward, or try and become, like, you know, part of the safety captain or a safety committee. Small things like that sounds like, you know, oh, it's nothing. Like, why do I add my time to that when I'm already like working a gajillion hours? But in order to make real change, in my opinion, is you gotta show that you're able to win, right? Like, you gotta show that you're, as a shop steward, you're getting carriers, you know, some money back from management violations. So that's just what I'm going to highlight, is that I'm quite glad that the BFN movement's growing strong, but letter carriers who are agitated now should start also thinking about, you know, becoming more active within the NALC as an institution, because the structure is there. Like, the NALC as it's constituted is very strong. Like, in my opinion, it's very democratic. You know, if you show that you're in some initiative, you can go up the union. And there's a reason why at the national convention, this, you know, it's literally, the votes were 2/3 yes for whatever the executive council said, and 1/3 going against what the executive council said. That's because we don't have people to become delegates to go to the national convention to voice the rank and file, you know, what they believe in, right? Like, because typically you need, like, to be in a meeting for 8 months of the 12 months of a year to become a paid delegate by your branch. Or typically it's like there's some sweetheart deals where the previous branch president always gets voted in to be like the delegate in the national convention. You have an experience with national conventions, but I just want to emphasize that I'm glad that people are agitated, but this is a long-term project. The letter carrier craft is a career, and you shouldn't be like, oh, we vote Renfro out and that's it. We should be thinking about how to build the rank and file movement so we won't have sellout contracts in the future, right? Or we have a stronger national leadership. That's just my perspective as, part of the BFN committee and, how I want people to think about a rank and file movement moving forward.
That's a fantastic place to wrap up the NALC part of the show. Don't let your anger and agitation fizzle out. Commit to building the union, building rank and file power in the union, and don't let this be the end of your work within your union. That's a fantastic place to wrap up. I appreciate the call. All right, folks, we're going to take a break here. We're not ending the show. We're going to take a break, and we're going to be right back, and we're going to talk Boeing. Boeing just announced, the machinists and the union, or the machinists and the company announced that they have another tentative agreement, and so we wanted to extend the show to talk about that, break that down, and so we're going to take a break. I need to go use the restroom, and then we're going to come back. We got a Boeing worker on the line. We're going to talk to them about the new tentative agreement and see how folks are reacting. Stay tuned.
Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell. How the good old union has come in here to dwell.
Folks, welcome back. You are still listening to the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison. My co-host is Adam Keller. Appreciate your time. Folks, we are going into double overtime. We started this show 4 years ago on one conservative radio station in Alabama with just an hour and a half. That's all the content we have. 1.5 hours a week, every week, and that was it. A couple years after that, we said we want to give the people more content. We want to give the people double content. So we created a second half of the program that we called Overtime that was online only. The second half of the program has now been syndicated on a radio station. We are on the radio station, the second half of the program in Kentucky. The first half of the program is now on the radio in Kentucky, Louisiana, and Muscle Shoals and Huntsville, Alabama. But sometimes, folks, there are issues that make us want to go double overtime, even though we're all union members here, and we hate working overtime. We think it's BS. We don't like it, but sometimes we do it for the people, and that's what we're doing today. We're doing double overtime today. We're talking about Boeing because this is really a big issue. 33,000 machinists in the Pacific Northwest are on strike right now, and the union and the company just came back with another tentative agreement. Voting is Monday. So we will know if this new tentative agreement is ratified very soon. So that's why because this was a time-sensitive issue, we wanted to go ahead and spend some time on this. We were able to get Milo Lang, a machinist union member out at Boeing in the Pacific Northwest, to come on our program. He was just on Power at Work with former Labor Secretary Seth Harris. So Milo, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us on relatively short notice. I appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much for having me.
So
I'm really happy to be here.
Yeah, we're really happy to have you, and again, on short notice. I think that you also work night shift, so appreciate you, kind of taking that time and making sure that, and being awake at this time to talk to us. So appreciate that. The first question, I think, the important question is really, what is the difference between the contract that you and your members collectively, I don't know how you voted, but you and your coworkers collectively voted down by 64%, and this contract? What are the differences?
So the number of differences, we got an additional 3% general wage increase over the 4-year contract, up from 35% to 38%. Originally, we were asking for 40% general wage increase. So we were very close to the number we were asking for in that area. And not a whole lot other number-wise has changed. We had $5,000 as a signing bonus going into our 401k, which can now be put into your bank account. So some people are selling that as a $12,000 signing bonus, up from $7,000, but it's really the same amount of money. It's just you're able to choose where it's going. The really big other difference in this contract is that we're getting a lot of intimidation from our CEO now. There has been a story in the Seattle Times confirming these facts, but I heard it first through the union grapevine that there was during negotiations, the CEO basically came in and said that if we turned down this offer, he would be moving to aggressive bargaining moving forward. We wouldn't see another deal as good as this one. He would be doing everything he could to bring in scabs from all over the world to break up our strike, and he would be doing what he can to move production out of the Pacific Northwest. So I'm sure that we as workers recognize those as the same sort of threats that the ownership class always makes when we try and stand up for ourselves. But it's certainly our union leadership believes him. So they've recommended that we vote to approve this contract, and we'll certainly see what the membership decides to do on Monday.
Which is the bargaining committee recommending this contract is a shift in stance from the last time. The first contract, which is probably worth here in just a second, reminding people what the first contract was. The first contract was recommended by the bargaining committee. The second one, and that one was voted down 95% or something. It was really crazy.
Yeah.
And then the second one was not recommended nor not recommended. They took a neutral stance on it, the collective bargaining agreement. And this time you're saying that the negotiating committee is recommending it really primarily based on the last thing that you just said, the intimidation and the potential for retaliation in the event that you vote it down. Not so much, you said there was like a 3% higher general wage increase, not much more than that. Different in this contract, and so it's the recommendation seems like it's primarily coming from the kind of fear of the retaliation. So remind people what the first contract was that was voted down by like 95%, because I think it's worth people understanding that to see just how far the bargaining has come, because the second to the third is not so, maybe that's not so impressive, but the first to the second was really quite a bit of movement, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So our first TA that we voted on the 12th of September, that was a 25% wage increase, but we also lost out on our yearly bonus. And there was some really regressive language when it came to like when we could call out sick to work. We had to do it like before the start of shift. So you can imagine if you get like a flat tire on your way in, you're not going to be able to, call into work before your shift starts. And there were a lot of other issues with it, as well as some things that we really wanted that we didn't achieve on that contract. I should probably take the history back a little bit further to 2014 as well, which is when we were sort of coerced by the company out of our pension. They made a threat to move production outside of the Pacific Northwest again back then, and that meant that the membership voted by a very slim margin on a contract that got rid of our defined benefit pension. And many workers are still very, very angry by that, and very motivated to get the pension back. So that not being included in the first TA was a big reason that a lot of people voted it down. We also had a really awesome grassroots campaign on the shop floor. I made a bunch of posters, and a bunch of other people made posters to try and motivate a no vote on this on the contract. We were holding lunchtime rallies, and the day before the vote, we had one that stretched between multiple buildings, like huge factory buildings. So it's hard to get even an estimate on how many people were there.
Wow.
So yeah, after all that energy, we decided to turn that contract down by 95%, which was a huge margin. I'm not aware of any other tentative agreement that has been turned down by that margin. And there was I guess we should call it like a 1.5 offer rather than the before we got to the second offer, which is when the company tried to send a TA out to all of our personal emails and not go through the union, which only moved up to a 30% general wage increase and left a lot of the other issues the same. And we were the union sent out a survey rather than even trying to vote on it, and it was very clear that wasn't going to pass. So about a month after we'd been on strike, just about 2 weeks ago, we got our second serious TA, our second offer that we were able to vote on, and that went up to the 35%. We got our call out language back. There were some increases to our 401k contributions, but still no pension. I think it's pertinent that you started this this section talking about overtime, because one of the big issues for myself personally is the mandatory overtime language that they have in the contract. So you're allowed to be designated one weekend in a row still, and up to 2 hours a day during the week. So that'll total up to about 70-hour work weeks that you're required to be at work. And if you don't have sick time to call out for that time, you can go through the corrective action process and get kicked out of the company, get fired for not showing up for 70-hour work weeks, which is absolutely barbaric, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, those are some really serious issues. The pension is still a serious issue, and our progression. We get hired on. Our hire on rates are really not that good for the Pacific Northwest. You got to remember, around here, rent on a single bedroom apartment is $1,800, $2,000, $2,200 a month. And we're starting people out at $18 to like $26 an hour, starting, which you can make kind of the middle of that range at the fast food restaurants around here. And we get 50-cent raises every 6 months for 6 years until we max out, which is like a zoom to the top of the pay scale, which you end up making kind of mid 40s up to low 50s per hour. So
yeah, the housing prices there are really wild. And just for perspective, I have a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house that I pay a mortgage on, and my mortgage is almost $1,800 a month. So it's pretty bad. Couldn't imagine having to do that on $26 an hour for a 1-bedroom. That's pretty rough. So, the big elephant in the room is that there's still not a pension. There's still not a pension in this third agreement. And so how are people reacting to this kind of, we could really call it a reversion to the aggression from the company? In the wake of you and your fellow workers having voted down a second TA, this reversion to 2014 era, 2011 era Boeing, where there was all of these threats. How are people reacting to that itself? And then what are people saying about the lack of a pension? Do you think that they're going to be voting yes?
It's hard for me personally to get a sort of finger on the pulse of this offer. There's a lot more misinformation and fishy activity going on online, and I haven't been able to get down to the union hall since the TA came out. But I think people are taking the threats seriously. There's still a lot of, I don't know if trauma is the right word, but there's still a long memory of those threats that were made in the past, and it's definitely bringing a lot back to people. So I'm really not sure how this vote's going to turn out. I am kind of more focusing on what I can do as an individual to organize with some of the other machinists on the left that I've met through the strike. And we're trying to organize a rank and file committee, a reform committee, to try and make more democratic decision-making standard in the IAM, and make collective action more standard in the IAM, to, I guess, sort of whether this TA passes or fails, we're definitely going to need more organization moving forward. If the company tries to pull off some of the tactics that they're threatening to do, bringing in large numbers of scabs and those sort of things, we're going to need to sort of call back on some of the tactics that labor has used in the past to combat those techniques. And we're going to need to be really organized to do that. And if the TA passes and we're back to work next week, we're definitely going to need to be organized on the shop floor. Another area of this contract is that there's a 2-month period where new hires don't have any union representation. They're paying dues to the union, but they don't have any of the protections that members have. So
for
I
how
think
long?
a big role for our committee for up to 2 months to start, and then if the union and the company agrees, it can be 3 months. So that's up to a quarter of a year. That's a pretty significant amount of time for a person to be without representation, especially with all of the tactics that management loves to use to bully people to do stuff that they shouldn't be doing, and push production that's unachievable, and all these sort of things that have led to all the issues that Boeing is now unfortunately famous for.
So are you so you're advocating so it sounds like you'll be voting no, and are you encouraging people to vote no on this, or are you more just kind of like, I'm voting no and I'm more focused on whatever happens after?
I think we put out a statement from our committee that we worked on together to draft, and it has it's more of a statement about worker power and not letting the upper managements and the owners' lies like get to you, and trying to hammer home the point that we as workers can achieve anything when we stand together, and we really shouldn't be letting a temper tantrum by our CEO dictate our future. So we really need to, in that statement, it does say that we should be voting no on this, and we should be standing stronger to escalate the strike. During the second TA, we had people from the committee outside of all of the voting locations, on the public sidewalk outside the locations to encourage a no vote, just kind of highlight all the issues we still have to get from the contract. And I think this time we're going to be definitely still encouraging a no vote, but more focused on solidarity and getting people resources if the strike does continue, to not feel like they have to scab, and just kind of organizing for the future, rather than pushing hard for a no vote. But that's still the position of the committee, that we can stay out longer. We can combat the techniques that the CEO is threatening to use. I find it really unfortunate that those messages aren't coming from our union leadership. They really should be the ones who understand that we as workers can do anything when we stand together. We shouldn't be getting a sort of defeatist message from the union. So.
Yeah, it's always a difficult, particularly in situations like this, there's a difficult line to walk, and sort of almost a game of chicken, you could say, because there are real risks associated with capital strikes and capital flight and things like that, that you want to, which is not to say that unions bankrupt companies because the companies can't afford the union wages or anything like that, right? But there is in some places a reality that management would even be willing to lose money to stick it to the workers, and so you got to kind of know where the line is and what kind of levers of power are available to you. And it's a really difficult, it's a once you start, the closer that you get to that line, the more difficult it becomes to kind of see exactly where it is, and so I certainly, certainly commend you for trying to make sure that you don't stop way before the line or before the line as you see it, right? And I think that it's difficult to. It is a shame, or I don't know. It seems to me like the real opportunity to get the pension back would be in this moment, just because of the kind of general conditions, low unemployment, some amount of potentially protection from the federal government. Maybe you might could rely on, you might could see the federal government kind of pushing Boeing to giving into the pension if there was a real concerted, from the leadership, this is the line for our members, and we have to have this to vote yes, right? And so, and I can understand where the leadership is coming from, and in just thinking that it's not doable, but it's difficult for me to see when it happens if it's not right now, right? Or it becomes much harder if we don't do it right now. And so I don't know. There's a lot of moving parts for sure, but I commend you for the work that you're doing up there, and appreciate you taking the time to talk to us.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Jacob.
Yeah, thank you. All right, folks. We are now going to be talking about pensions generally, and some of his thoughts about the strike at Boeing by the Machinists Union with Chris Townsend, UE and ATU alum. We talked to him a month ago, 6 weeks ago, something like that, about Jay Welch. We talked to him about Jay Welch and his the effect, or Jack Welch, not Jay Welch, Jack Welch's effect on, American capitalism and Boeing specifically. And so if you haven't seen that, you should definitely go check it out. It's a lot of really important history for what's going on right now at Boeing. But with this new tentative agreement, I wanted to talk to Chris about this, about pensions and winning them back, and why it's important to win them back, and making that a clear part of your program. So Chris Townsend, welcome back to the Valley Labor Report. I appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah, thanks very much.
So the first thing, I guess, as we're talking about pensions and in the context of the Boeing machinist fight, let's just take a step back and give a reminder to people about what pensions are. So Chris, what is a pension, and why is it so much freaking better than a 401k?
Yeah, thank you. This is the question of the day. I mean, we should say, and I appreciate you guys covering this, because almost no one does. We refer to it in passing, and that's generally it. But we are living through a retirement crisis that is getting worse by the day. What does that mean? It means that we're already have tens of millions of retirees living in poverty. That will just grow and grow and grow, because real pensions have been under severe attack for decades now. And they were never supported by big business or even small business in the first place. So why, or what are we dealing with here? I'll say everyone who is working today, whether they have a pension or a savings plan like a 401k or 403b, all these different alphabet soup of saving plans, you need to understand that a real pension is a real pension. A real pension, or as we refer to them, defined benefit plans, you work, primarily the employer contributes to them in the private sector anyway. Public sector, sometimes there are contributions from the employee. But what it means is you receive an income stream after retirement under all sorts of conditions based on age and service and all of that. But when you retire, you receive a stream of income for life, which in many cases is insured by the government. And then your living survivor will receive, a spouse will receive a portion of that. This was the defined benefit model that, again, the corporate elites were pathologically opposed to in the first place, but it took root and grew really after World War II, because it was recognized then by at least a majority of the political forces at the federal level that workers, it is unrealistic, it is preposterous today, but back then it was unrealistic, to suggest that any worker in any industry, really, any number of workers are going to be able to earn enough money during their working life to not only pay all their bills, educate their children, take care of their health needs and whatnot, and then somehow on top of all that, amass a small fortune of money in a savings of some kind, so that when they do cease working and begin today only to secure Social Security if they've worked long enough in the Social Security system, that then somehow they will have enough money to float their boat all the way to their death, and then presumably their spouse would then inherit whatever was left. Well, this was a completely failed model, as proven during the Great Depression and whatnot. And I did some homework, Jacob, to illustrate this. In 1980, and that was already after more than a decade of attacks on real defined benefit pensions, real pensions, only 38% of the private sector workforce was covered by a real pension. Okay, 38%. What is it today? It's 15% and falling. Now, before I use the word falling too recklessly, it's not falling as an act of gravity. It is being actively undermined and attacked by all levels of corporate America, the government at all levels, including Democrats, and certainly the financial services industry, which is hungry to get its hands on these assets, So I should stop and say the situation in the public sector, state and local, for employees is better. A high proportion of workers, I believe it's a significant majority in the public sector, are covered by some version of a defined benefit plan. Again, that means they work their life out and then they retire and they receive a guaranteed or significant stream of income all the way through to their death. But we've seen in recent decades, the primary assault is on the private sector, as we see at Boeing. So it really is it's a calamity. It is rooted in a political and corporate swindle against working people. It already is showing its result with increasing numbers of pauperized, not just impoverished, but pauperized retirees stumbling around, homeless, working into their 70s and 80s, trying to figure out how. This was a completely avoidable, man-made disaster, and it, of course, can be reversed. It's not an act of God or science, whether it can be reversed, but it takes political will, and I'll say it takes trade union will. I want to applaud the machinists and the membership at Boeing for holding so far strong on this question, because I think those workers realize that you can make a nice wage and have a nice, comfortable home, but if you retire without a pension, you will rapidly be impoverished, if not from the start of that. So it's the Boeing struggle with the machinists and their ongoing strike is really the first chance we've had in some years to even discuss the pension situation and how they work and how they don't work. So I appreciate you guys covering this.
So that's such an I'm glad that we're able to talk about the pension, because there's so many people don't realize what it is and how important it is to have this defined benefit in retirement, because the 401k is just gambling on the stock market.
It's a savings plan. It's not a pension.
Right.
It's a personal savings plan.
And it puts all the risk, just like this idea about colas and how, you know, people, especially in the business press, try to say that, workers getting colas is too much. It puts too much risk on the company. When you don't have a cola, all that means is that 100% of the risk of inflation is on the employee, right? And so when you have, just like with the COLA situation, when you have a 401k as opposed to a pension, 100% of the risk is on the employee. And I'm always told constantly that the reason that our betters in the business class make more than us is because they take the risk, right? They're supposed to be the ones taking the risk, not me. But here I am taking the risk of inflation because I don't have a COLA, because I don't have a pension. I mean, fortunately, that's not the case for me, but, you know, the royal we, right? I have COLA, I have a pension, you know, thanking my union for that. But so many of us don't. And yet, you know, and then on top of taking this financial risk of inflation, then we are the ones out there risking our lives on the job and doing the real work and actually creating value while they're kind of sitting in the boardroom and all this. It's just such a frustrating kind of, it's so frustrating that people, that workers in some cases buy into that kind of thing. Let me
point out a couple things. I mean, I would encourage folks to go back that month in time and watch that. It turned out to be a very popular YouTube production on the Jack Welch General Electric and the impact that legacy, that toxic legacy, corrupt legacy, is now permeated into Boeing because of several high-level CEOs at Boeing, either formerly or currently, who came from the General Electric company. So anyway, go back and take a look at that. But here's a couple things. As you get wound up, Jacob, I applaud that, because we are literally being robbed and swindled by big business with the consent of government, if not the cooperation of government, and we rarely raise our voice to it. Here's, just to expand on what you said, problems with defined contribution plans. Remember, a defined benefit plan, it defines what the benefit you're going to have for life. A defined contribution plan, all that is, you have some idea how much is going into your savings plan by either yourself, your employer, or a combination of same. And then, as you pointed out, Jacob, you're 100% responsible for what happens to that money. Now, here's, just a few more things to diminish anybody's appetite for one of these schemes, if in fact they have one. Yes, all the risk, all the investment risk, all the decisions, the whole thing is left to the participant, to the employee. Workers are routinely, systematically fleeced by the so-called financial services industry because of high fees, hidden fees, and you're left to rely on their description of what the underpinnings are of the various devices and products that you're purchasing with your money. Everyone probably who has one of these knows you can put your money in a 401k into a bank account, but the financial industry goes berserk. No, put it into this stock fund, put it into this bond fund, put it into all of this. And people are completely ill-suited to make those selections. And if you lose, well, tough. And remember, the people who are counseling you and being paid with these enormous fees, they get paid whether you lose money or not. That's one of the most bitter ironies of this. The financial industry is just reaping trillions of dollars since the creation of defined contribution 401k plans. And yet workers have been impoverished. So, geez, you should think about that. There's something wrong here. But also, there's something that we need to recognize about defined benefit versus defined contribution. A defined benefit plan is held separate from you. You have no call on it. It is there. It will only be there when you retire. You can't touch it. You can't drain it. You can't borrow against it. Defined contribution plans come with 101 schemes to allow you to tap the money prior to your retirement. This is referred to in the industry as leakage. How much money leaks out of this? Well, I looked it up. 30% per year leaks out of these plans. I mean, this is unbelievable sums of money, meaning that your nest egg of a few thousand, a few tens of thousands, maybe even a few $100,000. People are borrowing against. People are cashing out early. 47% of people cash out their 401k, their defined contribution plan, when they have a job change. Now, in the Federal Reserve website that I looked at to see that, they don't differentiate what a job change is. Well, that's called layoffs, plant closings, and all the carnage that goes on out there. So people utilize their personal retirement savings, or what they're told is their retirement savings, for supplemental unemployment benefits. I want to point out also two really disgraceful and disgusting aspects of this. Every single solitary politician and regulator and financial industries person, without fail, every single one of these people lecturing us as workers about why a real pension is not feasible or possible, and why the defined contribution 401k type programs are so wonderful. Every single solitary one of these people has a pension. And if they don't have a pension, they have an income of such a size that they are not going to face the poverty-stricken retirement that we are. They are able to save money. They're a six-figure crowd. And I would say all of the federal and government politicians and regulators, they're all in federal pensions, including members of Congress, including the president. They're not living with this risk. They're not somehow hoping and promising. No, they're doing quite well for themselves. The other thing I want to point out on this, again, equally disgraceful. I picked that word carefully. This is a sham and a disgrace. Our government at all levels benefits when people take money out of their plan and undermine their own retirement, this so-called leakage. How does that happen? In most cases, you have to pay taxes on it when you take it out because it was pre-tax. This is one of the many so-called inducements. You can put money in this, Chris, and it's pre-tax. Okay. Well, when you take it out, you pay the tax. You pay state and federal taxes and a 10% penalty in most cases. So what does this mean? We have a built-in conflict of interest with our government to actually be somewhat rewarded when people empty out their own retirement plans. I mean, this is a perversity. This should never be allowed. Last couple of things. As I had already mentioned, most working people are not going to possess enough assets or savings when they retire. They may own a home, but anyone who owns a home knows that you can't spend the home until you sell it. And then we have incredible corruption and theft. I mean, everyone who lived through the 2008 financial bubble, people didn't want to open up their 401k statements for years because the swindling that took place, the destruction that took place of assets and asset bases was untold fortunes were robbed from people. I venture to say we still have working people walking around, even though they may be technically retired, they're still walking around with less money in their savings plan today than they had 15 years ago. So anyway, I don't know. I appreciate you getting worked up about it, Jacob, because working people should be enraged and should be storming the stage of anybody trying to tell us. I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's, worn out President Biden, Harris, Trump. I don't care who it is. Julie Sue, the would-be Secretary of Labor on the scene with Boeing and all this. I can guarantee you this woman is not there interested representing the Biden administration. She's not there trying to convince these workers that they do need a real pension. No, she's there trying to get a deal, just like they did with the railroad workers. All they're interested in is political expediency. And we need to become enraged at this because this is going to translate into mass impoverishment.
And you mentioned the politicians. One of the bees that I have in my bonnet about that is Tuberville, one of the senators from the great state of Alabama, during one of the pushes to make illegal senators buying stocks, he said something about how, well, if we can't do that, you're going to really disincentivize some really good people from wanting to work on the Hill because then you can't buy stocks. And it's just like such a gross kind of thing, especially coming from a Tuberville, right? You know, obviously $174,000 is sufficient to maintain a quality standard of living in Alabama and DC. You know, we can make we can have arguments about maybe we should increase the salaries of Congress people, particularly for the folks who live in like New York and DC. You know, I mean, or California or Seattle and DC, right? But the idea that Tuberville of all people is trying to make this case that, oh, we don't make enough money, so then we have to get a bunch of conflicts of interest in the stock market, while on top of his $174,000 that he's collecting in salary from the federal government, he gets a pension from the University of Auburn after having been paid $5 million to quit because they wanted him out of the program. He also gets $67,000 a year from his pension from Auburn that he is drawing right now. And so it's just, it's shameful. Yeah, it's shameful. So one of the talking points that you always hear in pension fights is nobody has ever gotten it back after it's been given away. And it seemed like you felt like you were remembering some cases where unions and working people were able to win back a pension plan. Were you able to find those? Instances in the history? And if so, please tell us about them.
Yeah, this question of can you win a pension back once having lost it? Well, we used to be told that there was no cure for cancer. There are now multiple cures for cancer, and people are living extended, long, productive lives from all the variants of this. This is not an absolute. This is a man-made swindle that has been perpetrated on folks. I want to mention the name one time. The person who is credited, if you can believe this, credited with the creation of the 401k or whatnot is the guy who first utilized it, Ted Bennett. He's still alive. Well, he's actually had second thoughts about this now, having seen what he was the initial first user of this. He got the first IRS waiver to use this for his insurance company. Well, I hope that Ted Bennett burns in hell, because this guy, I guess, thought that he was doing something for somebody other than himself. And now, to his credit, perhaps, has at least admitted that this has become a mass impoverishment device by government, by industry, and by the financial services industry. But to your question, Jacob, about can workers win it back, there have been, even though all of the opponents of this, from Democrats who want you to feel like they're your friend, but they want to give you the sad facts of like, well, Chris, once you lose it, you can't get it back. All the way to folks who say, well, no, you can't get it back, and we don't want you to have it back. That would be primarily, the business Democrats and virtually all the Republicans today. Well, these folks can go straight to where. There have been situations where frozen plans have been unfrozen. Terminated plans have been restarted. Not a great number of them, no, because the overwhelming tsunami wave is against them altogether. Now, to the question today of the Boeing plan, folks may not understand this. This is incredibly, well, first of all, having a defined benefit pension is a significant cost to the employer, private or public. It should be. We should not apologize for that. We should be able to work our working lives and retire with some modicum of security, if not comfort. Let's not back up 1 millimeter on that question. Now, as to the plans that somehow are with employers where, they're too cheap to put the money in, or they deliberately, rearrange their finances to create all kinds of problems. I mean, remember, working people work for a company. We have absolutely no influence or control over how well or not that company is managed. Boeing is a fine example. Many, hundreds of thousands of workers in the aggregate over the decades worked for Boeing when the company was growing and thriving. And now we find it in a great morass of its own making, its own management's making. Well, why in the world should then a worker have to be stripped of their real pension and their pension security in their retirement years because of that mismanagement? So, coming back around to the question of, today's pension, the Boeing Corporation, of course, can agree to restart the pension if the machinists are able to bludgeon them into submission, because that will compel them to begin to fund real defined benefit pensions for them again. And it will have to grapple, and this will be dealt with, I'm sure it's been discussed at the bargaining table. What about the years since, I believe it was 2014, when the pension was taken away from the machinists at the point of a gun? When we did the last show, Jacob, where we talked about General Electric, Jack Welch and all that, I omitted the name Jim McInerney, who was actually the first General Electric boss to migrate over to Boeing. And he set in motion the blackmail that you better give up the pension, workers, or we're going to move to South Carolina, we're going to move to China. Well, they're doing those things anyway. So the pension was terminated or stopped at that point in time. And then you have those years since then where workers have worked for Boeing, making fabulously, fine aircraft as best they can with the tools they have and the materials they have, with the leadership that they get. And there's no pension. Well, that gap needs to be made up. I'm sorry, if it's expensive. Julie Sue, our sort of Secretary of Labor, has been running out to Washington State trying to insert herself somehow in this. Well, she can insert herself by saying this company has been so poorly managed and deliberately mismanaged, it will need to be taken over at some point by the federal government, and the pension should be repaired as a part of that period. This would go, Jacob, beyond the negotiations that are happening right now.
Right.
This is a desperate, declining, decaying company from its own management hubris and corruption and criminality. So we need to keep in mind that the pension can be restored. I should also say, I won't digress on it too much, but the sort of defined benefit plans that we have in the United States today, and backstopped by the Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation and governed by the Employee Retirement Income Security Act, ERISA, of the 1974 legislation. There are different kinds of pensions that exist, different than these. We have many different kinds: single employer, multi-employer, cash balance. I could go on, run a whole class about this. There's nothing stopping our creative urges to want to create a pension for all workers in the United States. I want to recognize two academics, or one academic and one not-for-profit. There's a not-for-profit called the Pension Rights Center, Karen Friedman. So if you look up Pension Rights Center, has labored for decades to defend pensions. And there's an academic from the New School, Teresa Ghilarducci, and you'll see her online with many different articles. And Teresa, to her ultimate credit, has constantly tried to promote the notion that as long as we have this conversation about the one and only kind of defined benefit plan that we have, it's a cul-de-sac, it's a political debating room, that maybe this is a system that needs to be changed for some reasons. We have much greater job mobility today than we used to have. Now, I would submit that the bosses like to have it both ways. Having a good, real defined benefit pension is something that gives you pause before you do change jobs. These become lifetime careers. When you've shifted over to this defined contribution, personal savings swindle model, well, then what loyalty do you have to your employer? Well, we should recognize that corporate America today doesn't care whether you're loyal to them or not. They're doing what the management of Boeing has been doing for more than a decade. They're squeezing and wringing and pumping, the profits out of the company to the point that it is so severely damaged today. But again, so I guess I had mentioned Julie Sue. I hope she's out there taking the names of the Boeing management for grand jury purposes, investigation, because this is a catastrophe. And as you know, Jacob, this mismanagement, deliberate looting, and all these things of these corporations repeats itself hundreds and thousands of times as our economy is being systematically disassembled, wrung out, whatnot, and the pensions with it. So anyway, there is absolutely no factual basis or truth to anybody who's going to tell you that you cannot restart a pension or refashion the pension so that you can have one. This is a political argument that they make.
Right.
And if I would even challenge the trade union leadership in this country for its silence on this question that needs to be confronted. The leadership of all of the unions and the AFL-CIO need to speak up on this. We must grapple with this situation, or we're going to quickly lose the remaining defined benefit plans. Then we will see the attacks, redirected to the public sector plans and the federal plans, which you're in. Yep. They will be destroyed. And then we will find ourselves back in the 1920s, the 19-teens, where when you retire, you're used up, you're thrown away, you're either going to be homeless, stay with family. It just is an incredible scenario that we're going through, and it doesn't seem to be recognized even by the folks on our side, the trade union forces, and the membership are confused.
Right.
I should say, I'll wave this around once. The bamboozling that takes place with workers when they're in charge of managing all their own money. It's a huge sales pitch from financial advisors. Everybody who's in a 401k gets mail from these things. They've maybe even sat through classes for these things. Well, I'll wave around my favorite. This is the pension periodic table of investment returns and whatnot. And I always laugh. There's iterations of this that you'll see. And what it does is it shows you, who of all the funds I have my money in, which one is ahead, which one's receding, which one's booming. But it doesn't indicate the volume of assets that are in here. So it's so easily manipulated to create a wow factor. Wow, I want the one that's paying 40%. Wow, I'll put my money into 40%. Well, there's a small device or a small fact of life called the reversion to the mean, which is what booms this year will not necessarily boom next year. And what goes up may go down. Right. And I'll mention, then I'll conclude on this, that retirees of the General Electric company, since we spoke previously about General Electric and have seen the wholesale importation into Boeing's management ranks, the GE philosophy and whatnot. When the General Electric company collapsed for a multiple number of reasons in 2007 and 8 and 9, the stock price collapsed from something around $40 to a low of $6, and it came back to about 8 or 12 at a certain point. Well, there were hundreds of thousands of GE retirees who had invested their retirement savings into GE stock. Well, that stock has still not returned to that point. So you look at this and you say, when that money was being put in by those workers, they were told, wow, this is amazing. Look what Jack Welch did, double-digit returns as far as the eye could see. Well, there's no better or worse example of the fact of the reversion to the mean than the General Electric company and the damage that was done to folks. Right. So anyway, to your question, this absolutely is a fixable situation, either by restarting the plan that they have and compelling the Boeing Corporation to fund it, or exploring a plan going forward that is new and different and picks up, but again, at the end of the day, provides a fixed, guaranteed income to workers when they retire. So I just reject out of hand. I get violent about this. We can fix this. This is a BS train load that has been created by the financial services industry and the corporations that are too cheap, frankly, to put money into their employees' pensions. And then we have ignorant and complicit politicians who then repeat this, and the media who repeat this as if this is something, it's an act of God. You can't do that. Like I said, we used to be told that there was no cure for cancer. Of course there is. You have to work on it. You have to get busy. It can be done.
And so, we know that it obviously can be done physically, it's a political question, and it's a question of political will and power. And so we're coming up on the end, and I want to give you a few minutes to sketch out maybe some ideas about what the machinists would have to do to win that back. But I just want to make sure that I get it on the record if there are any of these cases. Are there any cases that you have seen of workers actually having been able to win back their pension before?
Yes, they're small and incidental, and they used to be more frequent than today. I think of one in Baltimore that I worked on when I was at UE. We unfroze a plant that had been frozen. They're not numerous, and they're not name brand companies, but yes, it happens. Now, what I'll say, your question is a fair one, but the dilemma that anyone would have today, including the machinists, the International Association Machinists has been engaged in some real heroic struggle here, pretty much on their own, because like I said, don't believe 1 minute that the Biden administration, or certainly Trump or any of his minions, are doing anything but rooting for the company in this regard. Maybe not saying it, but they're not out there pushing on the company to say, fix what you wrecked, put the money back into the pension, keep these employees, stop this incessant anti-worker thing. Let's move here, let's move there, let's get even cheaper. Let's move it to the moon if we can find a rocket. Or as I reported with General Electric, Jack Welch and General Electric used to say, we in our daydreams, we would put all of our factories on barges and push them around the planet from port to port, always seeking the lowest price for labor. This mindset is criminal. It needs to be confronted. It's exactly what's happening at Boeing today. But in terms of, the overall, there are so many alternatives and possibilities to be done here. But look, the International Association Machinists is in a wrestling match by themselves. Their members pushing up against this too big to fail U.S. corporation that has the full backing of Wall Street and the U.S. government. There's no voice. Now, I'm not at the bargaining table out there, but having been at many, many bargaining tables, there is no voice that comes into that conversation that supports the workers. It's always coaxing and demanding that you give up, that you reduce your sites, that you give up on these things. Well, we can't do this, fellow workers, because we're all going to get old and we're all going to have to stop working. And that might mean a retirement with a decent modicum of income because we have a pension. In all likelihood, increasingly, it won't.
And so we're coming up on the end. We want to make sure that we have some time for folks to call in. We've got one caller on the line we want to make sure we get to, and then some folks from others, particularly if you're at Boeing or you have a connection to Boeing, interested in your thoughts. Last question, give us 2 minutes or so. What a plan for the machinists to win back their pension? What would it take for them to beat Boeing here and get their pension unfrozen?
Well, that would be an entire show by itself. But off the top of my head, I would say, I would say that they have reached another tentative agreement. And I looked at it, and it's as any tentative agreement. They've not advertised it for me. They've advertised it for the 30-some thousand workers are going to have to vote for it. Even with the 401k improvement that they got, it is not a substitute for a real pension. Now, I want to recognize this. I don't want to blame the union one bit. They have been furiously striking and bargaining, trying to win this back. But again, with no backing from anybody who, even some of the forces that should be. Joe Biden could get off of his rear end and make this happen. He's not going to do it. Donald Trump would eliminate all pensions, right? So we have a problem where they've labored mightily in isolation. We have to support them. And I would only encourage them to say that this is not over. This is not over. There's no way we can give up on this. I think that all of us in our respective unions, those few of us that are, and our national labor leadership, they must address this. They sooner or later must address this. Because if they don't, as I said, that 15% of us who are left with defined benefit plans in the private sector now, that will be extinguished. We will be impoverished in our retirement. And then the public sector will be systematically destroyed. That's already happening around the edges in the very anti-union states. And then it is lost. Because we're at that point in time, corporate America and the financial services industry will have walked away with trillions of dollars of our money, leaving us to live outdoors, I guess, or work at Walmart or something until we're 80 or 85 years old. I mean, this is just not a struggle that we can give up on. If they have given this one heck of a try here. And I should also say you've got members who are pessimistic about this because they don't hear any voice like this that says, yes, we can have a pension again. I mean, I would take folks back to the beginning of these pensions. World War II, it was where the modern, those wartime bargaining conditions is where this all came from in its modern sense. The same voices, the same corporate political voices telling you, no, you can't have a pension. That's not realistic, Chris. No, it's too expensive. You can't have it. No. Right. We'll throw a little extra money into the pay envelope and go save it for yourself. Nothing has changed with this. We are up against a voracious, destructive corporate mindset that is then mirrored within the political world in both parties. And here we sit as workers with, the 10% of us in the private sector still in unions, trying to hang on to what we have. So anyway, that even though it's a daunting task, we have to redouble our effort to rebuild the labor movement generally, but also back at the bargaining table, actually refute these lies and refute this swindle and plant the flag that says, no, we're not going to abandon our retirees. We're not going to just hope that somehow at a very low wage, you're going to earn enough money to save. I mean, it's preposterous. It's just criminal and preposterous. So I use some of that charged rhetoric very, very deliberately. I mean, people are being swindled, robbed. Their lives are being shortened because of this phenomenon. And I have no patience whatsoever with any of the remaining forces in corporate America. I would see them all before a grand jury. And for our politicians, even the ones that like to tell us what we want to hear, what are they doing to confront this? What are they actually doing? The answer is very little to nothing.
Chris Townsend, appreciate your time. Wealth of knowledge as always. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thanks for having me.
All right, folks. We're going to take calls. The phone number is 844-899-TVLR, and then we'll be heading out from this extra long show. We have a caller on the line from a 256 area code. I think I know who this is. 256 area code. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Jacob. It's Joe.
Hey, Joe. It's good to hear from you.
Yeah, appreciate the show today. I just want to say that every time I see Chris Townsend, I tend to agree with everything he says. The discussion about the 401ks, and if you think back 3 years ago, I was basically making the same complaints as he is. But the problem I see is my numbers is a little different than Chris's, and I hadn't looked any time lately about where we was prior to 401ks and how many people actually had defined pension plans. I think he said 35% or something. I felt like that number was higher. Before corporate America got together and decided they was going to absolutely come after that. But the way they was going to do it was convince our members and just working people that 401k was a great thing. My numbers is probably less than his on how many people still have a real defined pension plan. I'm going to say it's in the 8% range. But Jacob, I sat and watched now when they brought in the consultants at our mill to tell us what a wonderful thing the 401k thing was. They drew a picture on the whiteboard of a three-legged stool, and it was described as, here's your defined pension plan, here's your Social Security, and here's your 401k. And if you participate, in 20 years, you're all going to be millionaires. Well, everybody knows that ain't going to happen. Wouldn't nobody work but 20 years if that was going to be the case. But what I actually seen happen, and I had people mad at me because I talked against their 401k, and it was just really basic. Companies don't give you something for nothing, and the whole design of the plan is corporate America trying to destroy the defined pension plan, which they've done a really good job at. But I had folks mad at me for talking against it. I also watched people like myself with a high school education who never heard of a portfolio in their life except maybe some big-time model, and her portfolio. They'd sit around the break table once the 401k actually got its spot in our labor agreement and talk about their portfolio and how they was getting rich on it. Well, I'm just going to be honest. Lots of times I had to look in an employee's pay stub because he got cheated on some overtime or what have you. When I'd look, down at the bottom, it would say loans against your 401k. And almost every one I ever looked at had at least 2 loans against their 401k. So they basically wasn't doing nothing. And then my other big problem with it was the ones who was really hip about it and adamant about getting it was the ones on the top who was making the $35 an hour at the time, and the guys, and most of them was the older guys. Most of them was kids was grown, pretty well set, in an hourly job. The guys on the bottom making $18 an hour had 2-3 kids at home, buying a house and paying for cars. They couldn't participate in a 401k to get the max out of it. I told you I tend to agree with almost everything Chris Townsend says, but just to blame it on corporate America, we got to take some responsibility for that ourselves, and that goes back to having leadership at the national level who would actually stand up and tell people what it was leading to. I want to think that most of them was a whole lot smarter than myself, but I never heard them made a peep, about this is going to be the downfall of your pension plans. Having said all that, that's just how I feel about it. It's a terrible program, was from the inception. We just couldn't get it in our heads what it was going to do, and that's our fault. One other thing while I got you, you mentioned the shutdown of the Georgetown, South Carolina mill by IP, and last week you mentioned the converting plant, box plant in Cleveland, Tennessee. I'm pretty sure, and I haven't been able to find out this week, but I'm pretty sure that Cleveland plant was organized. I had some friends that worked there because that's where I grew up, and I'm pretty sure that was an organized mill. The Georgetown, I'm just almost positive that's an organized mill. I probably got some acquaintances in there, but let me just tell you, in the last several months, IP has been negotiating with the probably one of the biggest packaging corporations in Europe. I think it's home based in England to buy out their packaging corp. That finally come to fruition in the last month. So I really think in the IP corporation, you'll probably see some more plant closures in the U.S. Based on their merger or buyout. It wasn't a merger; it was a buyout. Same. It's just going full circle back. Every time back in the 80s, 90s, when there was a merger, their claim was, well, we're not going to have duplicate operations or duplicate jobs or what have you, and that's when they started making their massive cuts, But Jacob, I ain't gonna keep you, man. I just wanted to weigh in on the 401k thing and just say that we got to take some responsibility in that ourselves for not fighting back. And as far as ever getting it back, and we've always said once you give it up, you'll never get it back. And I'm still in that same camp. I hope that machinists get it back on the West Coast. My personal opinion is they'll eventually settle the contract without getting it back. Whenever, and this has just always been a problem for me, whenever you have a rejection of a contract, I've never understood for the life of me why you would make it public on what the percentage of the turn down was, because all that does is just let the company and the negotiators know that, hey, we got to sway, in their case, 64% turn down. They got to sway about another 15% to accept the next offer. I'd always just tell them, hey, we rejected it, and not never give them a number. But hey, that's all I got, Jacob. I appreciate y'all.
I appreciate it. Thanks for the call, Joe. We actually did get a reply from the Steelworkers. We requested a comment from the Steelworkers International Union. It was reflected in our. It was reflected in the newsletter. We mentioned that the steelworkers said that yes, the Cleveland mill was union, and that they negotiated for severance packages and things like that. That workers in the non-union plants were not able to negotiate for. And the Georgetown plant was union. There was an interview in the Post and Courier with the union's president there. So. We got a caller from a 614 area code. 614 area code. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
How you doing, Jacob? I'm calling from Ohio. I was
caller from
to your program, and it's very good.
Appreciate it. Caller from Ohio. What's on your mind?
Well, to piggyback off what the gentleman was saying about the pensions and just the 401ks we got now, it's just a reduction of what the pensions used to be. A man or woman used to be able to work 20 or 30, 30 or 40 years, whatever the case may be, and get a good, decent pension and be able to live out the rest of his life in peace. But now the only pensions that are really strong is the police officers, the FOP.
Yeah. If
you live in a major city, which I live in Columbus, so they're making at least $100,000 a year salary of being a police officer. So that's right. FOP is the strongest union, in America, period, hands down. And my fear, well, it's not a fear, but I'm being cautioned by the fact, depending on who wins this presidency, the one that's not for unions, he's going to eliminate pensions, period. And if Boeing is going through contract negotiations, they can end up flipping like they did with the air traffic controllers back when Reagan was in office. And we as a country, we don't need that.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah. It's concerning. I'm definitely watching with trepidation. Appreciate your call. Thank you.
All right. Bye.
All right. We got a voicemail from a Boeing worker. Let's play this, and then if we don't get any other Boeing calls, we will go ahead and wrap up. Let's play this clip from a Boeing worker.
Hi, yes, I'm a Boeing machinist, and I'm watching the Boeing machinists vote down another tentative agreement. That's the title of your show here. And I don't know the host's name, but he was just referring to our last contract back in 2014 and how we voted to let our pension go. In other words, we voted that contract in with the threat of Boeing pulling out of the state and the machinists being responsible for the demise of the entire state economy. We voted that down before Christmas, and they pulled some really, really dirty stuff. And all of a sudden there was another vote before anybody was back from Christmas vacation. But that's besides the point that I want to call and make. This saying that we voted in the new contract that did away with our pension, I hear it all the time. We voted it in 51-49. That is complete gaslighting, and it's been going on from the beginning. But the fact is that nobody was there to babysit those ballots, or when those ballots were counted, proper procedures were not followed. The voting areas were extremely understaffed to the point where people that were there to vote because they happened to know about it and were back to work because it was a Friday, and they probably didn't have any vacation time to take the full 2 weeks off. A lot of them stood in line for hours and couldn't even vote because they had to go ahead and punch in to work. It was a sham. But bottom line, we did not vote that contract in. We did not vote that contract in. The IAM at the international level had a carrot so big and fat and sweet dangled in front of them by Boeing to get this contract through, and they did everything necessary, including illegal actions, to put that contract through, quote unquote. That contract was not voted in by the employees. It's a big lie that it was voted in 51-49. They could have said anything because nobody was there babysitting the ballots. Of course they're going to make it close because we all voted it down very few weeks prior. Anyway, it's just so frustrating to hear the gaslighting. And another big one is that we get 2 weeks off for Christmas. No, we don't. We get 7 days. That's not 2 weeks. That is 3 days shy of 2 weeks. And if you don't have the vacation time, which chances are, if you haven't been there for more than 10 years, you don't, then you don't get 2 weeks. You get 7 days, which is why some of those people were back on January 3rd of 2014 to vote that contract down again.
Appreciate the voicemail. I don't know about the, I don't know anything about the ballot issue. I know that there was some frustration about, people not being back from, Christmas, right? It's a little bit of a different argument than actual ballot counting concerns. That's kind of more closer to gerrymandering or something, which is not to say that it's legitimate, but it's definitely, I can totally understand the frustration. And when I say, and also I think the caller understood this, but when I say, that the contract was voted in that didn't include the pension, I'm only saying that as a matter of fact, not as a And that's why they should accept a new tentative agreement without a pension. I'm obviously very pro pension and will continue to support the machinists as long as they stay out on strike, and wishing them the best and hoping that would love for them to be able to get their pension back. So we'll see how they vote on the tentative agreement on Monday. But definitely understand the frustration with, some of the gaslighting that I'm sure she's seeing in the local media, and the attempts to make, the workers seem like the greedy ones when you have these executives who are at the head of a really endangered company taking, tens of millions of dollars in raises, spending billions on stock buybacks and shareholder dividends and stuff like that. Completely misplaced priorities. And yet, when workers want retirement security, we are greedy. When the people who when the people who build the planes and put their bodies at risk, when they say, when my body can no longer work, I want to be able to live comfortably, they're being greedy. It's just absolutely right to be frustrated, and we're frustrated right there with you. So appreciate the voicemail. If you'd like to leave a voicemail where she did, you can leave us a voicemail anytime at 844-899-TVLR. That's 844-899-8857. Adam, do you have any thoughts about the Boeing situation before we wrap up here on this double overtime?
No, I think we can bring it to a close. I appreciate all the engagement this weekend, all the calls, all the chat. No, we got a lot of Boeing folks, a lot of letter carriers. Appreciate the conversations today. Thanks again to Starbucks Workers United for sending some folks. I heard from machinists. We heard from the great Chris Townsend. Yep. Big fan of Chris, and always enjoy the conversations we have with him on the show. Encourage all of y'all, call us back. Feel free to leave voicemails. Feel free to leave comments. Really appreciate it. We're just trying to have a platform for union folks and working class folks, particularly in the South, but not exclusively, to have these kind of conversations about, coming together as working people to try to make our lives better and our communities better. I know there's a lot of anxiety around the election coming up, and as I said earlier, looking forward to that being over. I have my thoughts about it, but at the end of the day, in Alabama as a worker, I don't have a whole lot that I can do about it necessarily. And so, to another caller's point earlier, trying to just focus on, what we can do in front of us, and keep building our network of solidarity, building relationships with folks, growing this movement. And because, as Chris and others pointed out, we have to have a resurgent labor movement in this country. We have to have a mass working class movement if we're going to make things better. We're dealing with a lot of crises, from the retirement crisis, that Chris talked about today, to the climate crisis, to the just general cost of living crisis in this country. And it's going to take working people standing together to make that better.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, folks, that's it for us this week. Appreciate your time, and we'll see you next week.